Mayor Du Bois, we're now live.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of May 3rd, 2021. Will the city clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. So we're going to start the meeting tonight with a couple of resolutions for the retirement of 2 long-term employees. And so item number 1 is a resolution expressing appreciation to Margaret Zittel upon her retirement. And number 2 is for Phil Doble. Brad, did you want to go ahead and get us started?
I did, yes. I'll kick us off. So good evening, Mayor Du Bois and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. And as the mayor stated, we're starting off today's meeting by celebrating the careers and the retirement of 2 of our longest tenured Public Works employees, Margaret Zittel and Phil Doble. Margaret and Phil started their Palo Alto careers only 3 weeks apart, and that was 32 years ago in 1989. And for decades now, the 2 of them have been partners in developing and implementing Palo Alto's award-winning water pollution prevention program, with Phil in his management role leading and inspiring the team, and Margaret implementing the Clean Bay program for businesses and doing school outreach. And I think the council's well aware, in addition to those programs I mentioned, Phil has also been a leader over this time in zero waste, recycled water, building deconstruction, pesticides reduction, plastics reduction, our sustainability and climate action plan, and probably many other areas that I'm not hitting on. When Phil hired me, and I started with the city 23 years ago at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, he and Margaret were already veterans by that time, and they were both great in showing me the ropes and giving me my start. So I would just say these retirements are a major loss for our watershed protection group, but Phil and Margaret have both helped to build a strong team that will definitely carry on the good work. And plus, we're not letting Phil at least go away. He'll be rejoining us as a retired annuitant to lend his expertise with some key projects. And I know I can speak for the entire Public Works Department and many others in thanking Phil and Margaret for all of their contributions and wishing them both the best and new adventures in retirement. And I'd also like to acknowledge that while we're not able to be here together in person today, Phil's wife, Mary, is also joining us remotely and watching. So with that intro, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great, thank you. So Margaret, it's good to see you. We're going to start with your resolution.
Okay.
So to express resolution to you upon your retirement, whereas Margaret Zittel began her career with the city of Palo Alto on March 27th, 1989, and has been exemplary throughout her 32-year tenure. She started her career working long hours in the Administrative Services Department, the Finance Division, preparing the budget book, which we're just about to tackle, and other critical documents.
Yes.
And whereas on October 27th, 1992, Margaret was promoted into the Public Works Department, ultimately becoming an industrial waste inspector with broad responsibilities from managing a series of water pollution prevention programs to outreach to school children. And whereas Margaret developed and managed the city's inaugural Clean Bay business program for vehicle service and repair businesses for 25 years, which was the first of its kind in California, providing positive incentives for businesses that fully complied with water pollution prevention requirements. And whereas Margaret designed a changing array of incentives from newspaper announcements, window stickers and plaques, to fun snacks and useful automotive items for the Clean Bay business program, and helped other cities develop similar programs. And whereas Margaret was instrumental in developing pollution prevention programs for other categories of businesses, including dental offices, for which she presented at regional pollution prevention conferences, Margaret managed the production and tracking of permit issuance, compliance checking, and enforcement, which culminated in extensive and accurate annual reports, which always received high marks from state and federal oversight agencies. And whereas Margaret consistently received compliments from the businesses she regulated for providing excellent customer service and positive incentives, she was recognized by her peers and city staff for being professional, hardworking, dependable, caring, and for being a team player with a positive attitude, and became the most knowledgeable person in the office on permit enforcement and billing procedures. So now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation to Margaret Zittel for her dedication and excellent service rendered to the city. So, yay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So-
I'm appreciative for the city of Palo Alto giving me a long tenure with the city. I've enjoyed my time there and have learned a lot from mentors and other coworkers that I work with.
Great.
So
Well,
thank you.
I just personally want to thank you for 32 years of public service and your important work on sustainability, pollution prevention. I hope you have a long and happy retirement. So this is a resolution. We actually have to make a motion and vote on it, but
Okay.
hopefully that vote will pass. So
Yes.
I will make the motion if I can get a second.
Second.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that motion. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
All right, it passes unanimously. Would
Yay.
anybody else on council like to make a comment? Councilmember Cormack?
Yes. Thank you so much, Mayor Du Bois. I'm sure, Ms. Siddle, that you are glad you're not in budget after the
Yes.
past year. So you made a good
Yes.
choice moving to Public Works, I think, at this time. And I'm very sorry we don't have any fun snacks for you this evening. That would have been a challenge for us to provide them.
Yeah.
But mostly,
that's
I
fine.
want to say thank you for the unglamorous work of tracking permits and checking compliance and enforcing. It really does matter. And I think the fact that most of us haven't met you before is probably a good sign. So thank you so much for everything and best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Would any other council members like to say anything? If not, I'll go to the members of the public.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on Margaret Zittel's retirement resolution, please raise your hand at this time. You will have 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Faye Weiss, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Faye, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Faye, you need to unmute from your end. We'll move on to our next speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I just want to thank Ms. Zittel for her many years of service to our community, working for the city of Palo Alto, and wish you all the best in your future, Ms. Zittel. And although you certainly can never be replaced, I sure hope that the city of Palo Alto hires several new people to perform the work of compliance and enforcement to replace you, because that is such an extremely important job. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay, do you want to try that member of the public again?
I am. Faye,
Okay.
you have 2 minutes. You're next up. Faye Weiss, would you like to speak at this time?
Hello, I think, can you hear us?
Yes.
I think this is a mistake. We raised our hands. We were raising our hands for the next section of public comments. We apologize.
Okay, we'll lower our hands, and if you just listen for the item, then you can raise your hand again.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Councilmember Koo?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't find my hand. to raise it. Ms. Zaito, I just want to say that, the city residents as well as myself, we really appreciate all the years that you have given to public service, especially in the important work that you do, making sure the, clean bay, clean water, etc. So thank you, and happy retirement. I know you'll find a lot of things to replace.
Yes.
but
Yeah, I will.
just want to say thank you and good
Thank you
luck.
very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Margaret. So I think we will end this one, and I think you'll
Thank
get
you.
something in the mail from us, hopefully framed.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's move on. Let's move on to item number 2, and I've asked Vice Mayor Burt to read this resolution.
So I actually take this as a real privilege to be able to honor Phil this way. I've known him for 30 years, and I have to say that out of all the people that I've worked with in public service, he really stands out for not only his commitment, but the excellence and innovation that he provides. And last but not least, he's just one of the best guys you'd ever want to meet. And so I also want to say that we as a community really owe Margaret and Phil a great debt of gratitude for their work to make our environment healthy and natural and preserved for future generations. Their work is something that will go on for many decades, and it's a great achievement that they should be proud of. So the resolution goes as follows. Whereas Phil Boble has enthusiastically and deftly served the citizens of Palo Alto for more than 3 decades as a committed, innovative, and positive leader who developed successful programs that improve the health of Palo Alto creeks and the San Francisco Bay. And whereas Phil launched Palo Alto's award-winning regional water quality control plant pretreatment and source control programs, which led to substantial reductions in silver, copper, mercury, pesticides, plastics, and other pollutants. And whereas Phil initiated many first-in-kind pollution prevention programs in the state of California, including the Clean Bay Business Program, the Our World, Our Water Program, the Brake Pad Partnership, and was among the first local ordinances that reduced plastic bag and plastic foam pollution. And whereas Phil has served as the sustainability leader and visionary with skilled expertise in facilitating community discussion and implementing climate protection, zero waste, and other environmental protection programs. And whereas Phil continues to serve as an exceptional mentor, teacher, and source of inspiration to many staff, aspiring environmental professionals, and community leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby recognizes Phil Boble for his tireless and enthusiastic commitment to the people of Palo Alto and thanks him for his dedicated service on their behalf.
Sorry, let's get the requirements out of the way and pass the resolution. So I will go ahead and make the motion. If somebody'd like to second it.
So moved.
Great. So Vice Mayor Burt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Heck yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Great. That passes 7-0. Would any council members like to make some comments? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I know most people tonight will speak about the amazing contributions that Mr. Boble has made in terms of the environment. And I don't use first names very often, but I'm just going to say Phil is always going to hold a very special place in my heart because as some of you know, we had a little bit of trouble with Mitchell Park Library. And at a certain point, this guy I'd never heard of came in and just calmly, smoothly made it all happen. I'm sure it wasn't as calm and smooth as he made it look. So in addition to all of the work that he does, in public works and for the environment, he came in and troubleshooted a very difficult time for a completely different department. And I will always be grateful, as will the community. Thanks, Phil.
And I'll jump in just to say, Phil, you've been great to work with. You really helped get me up to speed on wastewater and other issues, tours of the plant, explanations of reports, and most of all, you've had a positive attitude, great sense of humor. So it's really been fun working with you, and I hope to see you around. Councilmember Koo.
Mr. Bobo, you've always been an inspiration with all the words that you say and the leadership that you had with, in terms for groundwater, that's when I got to know you with the policies that you introduced and recommended. And I've always appreciated that. So I am very pleased to hear Mr. Eggleston say that you're still going to be working with us. But I do wish you a happy retirement, but coming back also. So thank you, and all the best.
Let's go to the members of the public. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Folsom.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Phil, there's no question that you've made an impact on Palo Alto. And I don't know if Palo Alto nudges the world or not, but some folks think we do. And if we do, then therefore you've nudged the world. And that's a pretty rare and special thing. So thanks, and all the best.
Okay, Beth, if you want to go to the public.
Yes. Any members of the public that wish to speak to the resolution for Phil Bobo on his retirement, please raise your hand at this time. You will have 2 minutes. At this time, we have Karen Holman to be followed by Bob Wenslow and then Peter Dreckmeyer. Karen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. It's a privilege to get to speak to Phil's proclamation, albeit not to his retirement. Phil, I'm so glad you're staying available as a city resource. In my working with you over several years, you always had an open mind and a practical, helpful approach. Phil's work defines public service. I worked with Phil, maybe sometimes he might have thought I bugged him about Palo Alto's construction and demolition ordinance. He understood before most the significant environmental advantages of salvage over recycling, of reusing over recycling. It has a ways to go, but due to Phil's perseverance, at last salvage has a place in the construction and demolition ordinance. Thank you, Phil. This is only one of the areas where Phil's making an impact. Wastewater and dewatering have both been mentioned. I did not hear, and perhaps I overlooked it, but I did not hear in the proclamation that Phil won an award from Actera a few years ago. Just another recognition of what an outstanding environmental leader and staff member that Phil Bobo is and has been and will continue to be. I associate myself with the comments of Councilmember Phil Seth. I think you said it very, very well. Best of luck to you, Phil, in your next phase of life, and take good care. We will miss you, but revere you at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Bob Wenslow, to be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer and then Rita Varel. Bob, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Honorable council members, and to Phil Bobo, the man himself, I wanted to be able not only to thank Phil for the way he has approached multiple environmental issues that in my own efforts to work with Palo Alto on environmental issues have had the chance to collaborate with Phil. And it's anything from recycling to groundwater to Asia plastic waste. We began the Repair Cafe together and have tackled a lot of numerous issues in the area, even in climate. There's something about Phil that led to our stormwater committee having a discussion about another enduring way to honor Phil. And it was the thought of asking council over time to consider changing the name of Embarcadero Way to Boble Way. And I smile on this because there really is a Boble Way that we've all watched over the years. And I mentioned it in my letter to you, but it's this ability to take issues where even different people in the environmental space have different ideas and find a way to bring us together and find a way to have this tactic to bring us forward. And that in many respects is what one could coin the Boble Way. And we're now asking, hopefully over the next year, that council might entertain this idea so that we can tell the story about Boble Way and the technique of environmental improvement as we approach the Environmental Services Center that's at that destination. Thank you very much. It's fun to have a chance to honor Phil.
Thank you, Bob. Our next speaker is Peter Dreckmeyer, to be followed by Rita Varel, and our final speaker will be Esther Nigenda. Peter, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, almost evening, Mayor Du Bois and council members. Peter Dreckmeyer. I moved back to Palo Alto right at the time when Phil and Margaret were joining the city. I came back to work on the Earth Day 1990 campaign and got to know Phil shortly thereafter and just loved working with him. So engaged with the nonprofit community, so committed to the environment, really gave me hope, and had the great pleasure of serving on the council for 4 years and getting to work with Phil and watching him make things happen. And it's because people trust him, very genuine person, very diplomatic, can work with businesses, nonprofits, any group. It was wonderful watching the masterful job he did at getting the single-use plastic bag ban in place with almost everyone on board. And Phil's really going to be missed, but he's going to stick around for a while, and I'm so happy to hear that. I have served on the Stormwater Management Committee, Oversight Committee, largely just to be able to spend a little more time with Phil. And I totally support naming Embarcadero Way after Phil, but also I think we should look a little further. This is a once in a generation employee, and I think we should look at naming the wastewater treatment plant after Phil. It's a little trickier to do, but we can do anything. Phil has taught us that. So Phil, thank you so much for all you've done. I really love you a lot and look forward to spending some time with you in your retirement. You've inspired me and you've shown me just how far we can push the envelope. Take care.
Thank you, Peter. Our next speaker is Rita Varel, to be followed by our final speaker, Esther Nigenda. Rita, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I just wanted to second everything that everyone has said about Phil. I don't think that you can say enough good things about this good man. I worked with Phil in the years over the Save Palo Alto's groundwater, and he was always so honest and so open and so funny, which I really didn't expect. He was always good for his word, and he really took what Save Palo Alto's groundwater had to say and pushed it as far as he could. I agree with everyone that has said that Phil really is a unique individual, and he really is going to be missed in Palo Alto because the level of public service and personal commitment that he gave to everything that he tackled was just really spectacular and really a joy to see. So I am looking forward, however, to working with Phil on additional dewatering issues. And Phil, I wish you just the very, very best. And it has been a real pleasure knowing and working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. And our final speaker is Esther Nigenda. Esther, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Esther Nigenda, Palo Alto resident and neighborhood preparedness coordinator for my neighborhood, Leland Manor. I support and highly second all the comments and commendations for Mr. Phil Boble and Ms. Siddle. In addition to the many achievements of Mr. Boble just mentioned, those of us who follow the city's response of adaptation to climate change are very appreciative of Mr. Boble's leadership in shepherding the studies on sea level and groundwater level rise and their impacts on our city. I want to mention, however, some smaller but no less important actions that speak to his commitment to our city. I remember calling the city once to report a groundwater filling station problem and being told, "That's the design, there's nothing we can do." We were surprised a few hours later, presumably when he heard about the issue, to see Mr. Boble show up and make sure the problem was fixed. Another time, there were many trucks rumbling past a residential street every night in my neighborhood. I contacted Mr. Boble. He quickly identified that this contractor was using a wrong truck route and again quickly responded, much to the gratitude of the neighbors. I have many other examples of Mr. Boble's helpfulness, good listening skills, attention to detail, and can-do problem-solving attitude, but only 2 minutes to express my appreciation. Mr. Boble exemplifies the best of the city's responsiveness to residents' concerns, and I and many others who contact him throughout his many years of service are very thankful for all that he has done for our community. Thank you, and best wishes to Ms. Siddle and Mr. Boble.
Thank you, Esther. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Great. So Phil, would like to come back to you. Would you like to say anything?
Well, I'd like to thank everybody that's spoken. It's really heartwarming, and but you know, before you all get a bunch of phone calls, and especially Pat, people saying, "Wait a minute, I did that. Phil didn't do that." That's absolutely true. You know, people in my position often get way too much credit. And it's people in Margaret Zittle's position and others that did those things and should be getting the credit. So it's, I'm just thrilled that tonight I could be on the same platform with Margaret as really a great example of an individual that kept her head down most of the time and did a great job. That's what I'm happy about tonight, is that we're recognizing Margaret and people in her position as city employees doing a great job. Thank you so much, all of you. That was very heartwarming.
Thank you both, Phil and Margaret. And again, you both will be missed. So back to the regular programming. Our next item is agenda changes and deletions. I just want to say that when we did the agenda, we may have put too much time against item number 10. So there's a good chance that's going to end early. So item 11 may start around 7:30 instead of 8:30. Let's move on to oral communications. This is a chance for members of the public to speak to an item that's not on the agenda tonight.
Mayor Du Bois, did you want to do changes and deletions? Or is that what that just was?
I just did, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any members of the public that wish to speak to something that is not on tonight's agenda, please raise your hand at this time. I will call your name out. Our first speaker is Kim Thacker, to be followed by Mark Molyneux and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Kim, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, so we are here today to ask you to continue to prioritize the Children's Theater and to consider no further cuts, especially not the tier 2 cuts, which would be shutting down the whole theater, and even to consider restoring budget for performances. Thank you for hearing us and thank you for your consideration. The Children's Theater is so much more than an extra activity that won't be missed for a few years. Arts that lift people's spirits and bring hope and joy after this year of fear and loss should be prioritized. Our children's and youth's creativity, community, expression, and mental health should be prioritized. Opportunities for children and youth who are economically disadvantaged, allowable through our Donate to Perform policy, should be prioritized. You have the power to stop further cuts and even to restore some of the Children's Theater's previous budget, to prioritize community relationships, self-esteem, mental health, self-expression, creativity, and opportunities for the socially and economically disadvantaged in our community. So please prioritize arts, prioritize our kids and youth, prioritize people and the many community services that are needed, not just to survive in this year, but after this really hard year for all of us, to restore growth and hope and joy. So we're asking you tonight to please take the extra time and energy for a thorough look at big money items. We don't know the intricacies of the budget, but things like city improvements, building projects, which are important and nice, but maybe could be put off in order to prioritize community services such as the Children's Theater that are so meaningful to the community right now this year, and also will not be easily restored and rebuilt later. In this emergency situation, use emergency measures, think and act outside the box. Please hear our community comments and pushback, not as an attack, but as a call to examine your budget priorities to align them with the values and priorities of the community you serve. You have the power to allow over 500 more kids to perform this year and around 50,000 more people to enjoy the arts if the theater budget was restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
So I just want to note that the budget is our item 12 tonight. There's an update to the budget. And so if any further speakers are talking about the budget, which you should speak on item 12.
And we will continue taking hands until our next speaker ends. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Jeremy Ehrman. Mark, go ahead.
Hi there, Mark Molyneux, renter. There's been some talk lately about Palo Alto's failure to build affordable housing. Many people on the council say that they're against luxury market rate housing, but really want to do affordable housing. The unfortunate thing is Palo Alto is doing a terrible job at it. Palo Alto is well below their targets. Mayor Du Bois just posted, this is a recent thing on Twitter, you're talking about a $60 billion funding hole since the state stopped funding redevelopment. Very hard for a city to fund the kind of subsidies needed. We'll be taking up increased impact fees to fund affordable housing, but you need to realize the magnitude of the problem. This is an increasingly common refrain that everything was great until redevelopment ended. But actually, before redevelopment ended, Palo Alto still did a very bad job funding affordable housing. And Mayor Du Bois seems to say that the only way to fund affordable housing is to tax, basically, or have an impact fee on new luxury development, which is okay. If you want to do that, you have to build a lot of it. There is, of course, a lot of other alternatives. You could actually issue bonds. Many places like Berkeley are doing that right now. You could look at using public lands, build upon them, build basically cross-subsidized affordable housing at high densities, and this would build a lot of affordable housing. There is, just basically density bonuses across the board. The more density bonuses you have with a cross-subsidy, you can use this leveraged land subsidy to build a lot of housing. Value capture is possible. I tend to think that this is a talking point by many of the Palo Alto Council people that you want affordable housing. I see no action to show that you actually are going to do a single thing to achieve it. I think you're just, covering yourself by pretending you want it. So do something, guys. Come on. If you need help, reach out to me. You know where to find me.
Thank you, Mark. And we'll no longer be taking speaker hands. Also a reminder that if you're speaking on the budget, you need to speak on the budget item coming up at the end of the meeting. Rebecca Eisenberg is the next speaker, to be followed by Rob Levitsky and then Priya Satya. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Mark Molino for his comments and just add that the state of California is giving away almost $2 billion to build affordable housing, and the federal government is about to release even more. Plus, there's always Section 8. Regardless, I am speaking today about the recent letter that was sent by the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter to the mayor and the rest of the city council. In that letter, the Sierra Club expressed that it has great concern about Palo Alto's efforts to prohibit multifamily housing in most of its residential neighborhoods, and wrote that Palo Alto cannot claim to be a city that supports sustainability if it continues to refuse to build affordable housing, including in its single-family home neighborhoods. The Sierra Club expressed that Palo Alto must become, I'm quoting from the letter, must become flexible in the type of housing it allows in all of its neighborhoods, said the ability of people who work in Palo Alto to live in Palo Alto is the most important lever to decrease Palo Alto's carbon footprint by taking cars off the road. The Sierra Club officially discredited the lie that the mayor, and yes, the dog agrees, that the mayor and several council members, thank you. Can I have a few more seconds then? Thank you. The Sierra Club explicitly discredited the essential lie that the mayor and the city council repeat over and over again, including in the San Francisco Chronicle just a couple days ago. That lie states that building housing increases traffic. Let's put that falsehood to rest. Building housing near transit and jobs, according to the Sierra Club, is the #1 way to take cars off the road and improve our fight against climate change. Please do what the Sierra Club said. They supported many of you in your elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Rob Levitsky, to be followed by Priya Satia, and our final speaker will be Rebecca Ward. Rob, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Rob Levitsky here. I'm sad to report that the head of urban forestry, Walter Passmore, has resigned his job and will be taking his years of knowledge with him to Sacramento, where he's found a job where the people will respect him. This follows by 3 years the loss of Dave Doctor, who used to be at the development center guiding builders on what they can and can't do around trees. With Walter gone, we will need a dedicated urban forestry to help with the Castellea proposal and other projects around town. This was done similarly with a private contractor, perhaps suggested by Canopy, to analyze the project. It was done this way for the Sand Hill and the Sand Hill project, as well as the Stanford Hospital. We had outside contractors. We're going to need somebody to help get through this, because it's a big project. There's Castellea, and we don't have anybody anymore. We got a couple green people, and we need professional help here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Our final speaker is Rebecca Ward. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak on the concentration of jet traffic, which I'm sure you're tired of hearing me speak about, but I think it's a really important issue for a couple of reasons. One is the traffic is coming back very rapidly. At this time of night, you'll see a flight every 2 minutes. And you might think, oh, the rest of the Bay Area has that same problem, but in fact, the concentration of the 3 arrivals routes really impacts Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, and southeastern Menlo Park, and nothing is being done about it. And I've heard the council members say, well, we really can't do anything because it's the FAA, but it's really not the FAA. It is in fact being shaped here within the Bay Area by the SFO Roundtable. and we're not a member. And I think what's particularly troubling is we've been denied membership for 26 years, while 60% of their arrivals traffic is now concentrated over our community. So we have 60% of the traffic and 0% of the voice. And the SFO roundtable is paid for by SFO Airport to the tune of $220,000 a year. And you haven't reached out to the airport to talk about the inequity of us being denied membership while getting all of their traffic for arrivals. And I just think that that is completely unacceptable. The airport director's email is ivar.satero, S-A-T-E-R-O, @flysfo.com. Everybody in Palo Alto should write him a letter and explain that we deserve representation on their official roundtable because we have their jet traffic, which is not just toxic noise that happens in the middle of the night with 747s, with cargo planes, with constant traffic, but it's also the pollution. And it's quite frankly, just the inequity of us being denied membership on a body. We're just asking for a seat at the table. We're not asking for the entire table. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that's our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to minutes approval. And I'll move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Cormack. Let's go ahead and start the vote. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so now we're on to the consent calendar. The members of council, we have a motion.
I'll move the consent
Right.
calendar.
Okay, consent was moved by Councilmember Ku. I will second it. And Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, I wish to remove item number 8.
Okay. Is there a second or a third?
Second.
Okay. And Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, same thing on 8 and no on 6 and 9.
Are you pulling item 8?
I don't know if do we need me or do we have enough?
I think we need a third.
Okay.
And then I'm sorry, no on what?
6 and 9.
Okay, so I have Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Stone, Councilmember Tanaka pulling item 8. His city manager, when could we hear this item?
Sure, and appreciate the heads up that we received from Councilmember indicating that the desire to pull. We staff could be prepared to discuss it tonight. Suggest at the end of your agenda.
Okay, so we'll move that item number 8 to be the last item tonight. And then let's go ahead and vote on consent. Any other hands? Okay, I will vote yes on consent.
Mayor, is there no public comment for this item anymore?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Let's go to the public first.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to an item on the consent calendar, please raise your hand at this time. We have 3 speakers. The first is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Evan Laurie and Penny Elson. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I think that the city council should reconsider 2 of these items. The first item is number, the second one, the third, the approval of contract, the approval of the contract to give $250,000 more to the police department with regard to wireless services. Given the great controversy right now and the huge amounts of public anger and opposition to the police department being able to withhold the radio communications from the public, including the press, I question why you would empower the police department with another $250,000, which, as far as I can tell, easily can be used in order to continue to withhold essential public safety information from the people who need to be protected. Additionally, I again am deeply, profoundly angry that you are again giving another $50,000 to total almost $500,000. It's almost at $400,000 to the law firm to continue to fight the lawsuit you already lost. And that is the lawsuit where the court decided, in a official judicial ruling that you aren't even appealing, that the city of Palo Alto overcharged its utilities users at least 10, or was it $12 million a year. The city of Palo Alto owes at least that amount, I think $12 million to the residents. And instead of actually paying that money back, you continue to pay a lawyer to withhold that money from us. We are entitled to the money that is ours. Stop paying lawyers and pay the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Evan Lurie, to be followed by Penny Elston, and then Shri Sandia. Evan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, council members Burt, Stone, and Tanaka for removing item number 8 from the consent calendar. Item number 8 regards slashing the budget for the 2021 capital.
Sorry, Evan, we've removed it. If we're going to talk to it later tonight, if you want to speak to item 8.
Well, thank you for reminding me of that, Mayor. I would like to speak to item 8, and I can't guarantee that I'm going to be able to stick around until the very end of your agenda this evening. So I do appreciate your indulgence.
If you speak now, I'd ask you don't speak again later if you are.
No,
here.
of course. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, please proceed.
Thank you very much. From an adjusted budget of around $40 million, staff has concentrated budget cuts into just 4 modest projects of the 16 that are approved on the capital list. One of these cuts represents 80% of the total savings. And I believe that targeting savings into a single approved project merits transparent public comment and explicit council approval. I'm further concerned that staff's recommendation may result in increased city expenditures rather than a net savings. Staff's report confirms that the received estimate for the currently approved project came in 7% over budget, but it is a firm estimate at this time. Splitting Charleston and Arastradero into 2 rather than 1 project for completion will require new bids for each. The bidding process is time consuming, at least 90 days. Most forecasts project construction costs will continue to increase rather than decline, resulting in net spending far beyond the 7% increase the full estimate reflects today. Finally, I note that slashing CA funding guts the 2012 bicycle pedestrian safety plan. Councilmembers Burt and Tanaka are the only current members who served during plan adoption. In 2012, Jaime Rodriguez served as chief transportation official, while Curtis Williams was planning director. The CA plan has improved safety and increased bicycle utilization, but it does still remain incomplete. City planning and transportation staff has since undergone a complete turnover, as you know. If council slashes CA funding now, the public deserves to hear why neither council nor staff believe the bicycle plus pedestrian safety plan is today a compelling priority. This is all the more pressing as thousands of students homeschooled throughout a pandemic will resume cycling to school this fall.
Evan, can you summarize?
Yes, thank you very much, Beth. I can. Road
Thank you.
resurfacing could be prioritized. So in summary, we meet tonight to fet the dedicated public service of Phil Boble and Margaret Zittel, and I find it challenging to reconcile their service with this 2021 capital projects proposal. I'm asking that we reprioritize and take some of the money for road surfacing to achieve the savings you seek. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Evan. Our next speaker is Penny Ellison, to be followed by Shri Sandia, and our final speaker will be Carrie Wagner. Penny, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Beth. I'm going to yield my time so that I can speak later, but I also want to make sure that these other speakers behind me, one of them is a high school student who is on a school night with homework to do, and I want to make sure he has a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shri Sandia, to be followed by Carrie Wagner. Shri, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, honorable city council members and Mayor Dubois. My name is Shri Sandilia, and I'm a freshman at Gunn High School. I'm the president and founder of the bike club here at Gunn, and I also volunteer frequently at Silicon Valley Bike Exchange. To reiterate what Mr. Lurie said today, I think it's really, really important that we implement the continuous safe bicycle lanes at El Camino and Charleston, because it's really important for the thousands of students that bike to school, and it will make for a much safer riding experience. Speaking for myself and for the thousands of students that go to Terman and Gunn, and also all the kids who are part of the bike club, and who even like kids who walk and take scooters and things like that to school, it's very obvious that there needs to be a change here, because that road is just not safe, period. And it'd be really helpful for all the students if we could get that fixed. So thank you so much for considering my comments.
Thank you, Shri. Our final speaker is Carrie Wagner. Carrie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for moving item 8 off to the regular meeting. I would like to speak to 8 now because I won't be able to stay until the end of the meeting. As far as the budget goes, I'd really like you to prioritize the completion of the Charleston Arrestadero project. I first started working on this project almost 20 years ago. Staff has had almost a complete turnover. Even the members of the committee have almost a complete turnover. The project was called Sun to Gun because it went from where Sun used to be, where the JCC now is, all the way through Gunn. We really need to get this thing complete. The 2 trickiest intersections for bikes are Middlefield and Arrestadero, or sorry, Middlefield and Charleston, and El Camino, Charleston, Arrestadero. Those intersections are the reason why people don't want their children to ride bikes. They're also the reason why people themselves don't feel comfortable. Adults don't feel comfortable riding their bikes through there. I'm hesitant to ride my bike through there, and I'm pretty comfortable with it, but it's still scary. Please, those are the 2 most important intersections to get this thing through. And we've been waiting almost 20 years. So I hope you can find a way to take the money from another project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carrie. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Mayor Du Bois, you're on mute.
That's why nobody's answering. So voting on consent, I voted yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
if I can interrupt, do we have a second on the motion to approve? I've got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Got it.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Great. And Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no's on items 6 and 9?
So on number 6, I think there's a couple of issues with it. First of all, I don't think it was a very compelling case for the increase. So this is going from $28,000 a year to $50,000 a year. This is at a time when we have significant budget issues. So I don't know why we want to spend from $140,000 to $250,000. It just seemed, I read the report, but it didn't seem to have a lot of compelling reasons in there. So, this is like essentially doubling the contract size. So it doesn't make sense. I don't think we should do it. And then on 9, this is the utilities lawsuit against the city, where it's a class action where basically we're suing ourselves. And I don't think we should pour more legal fees into this case. We should try to minimize the attorney's costs and get the payout as soon as possible. And I think this could also be a stimulus for the people of the city as well. So I just think this is wrong to keep pouring money into this lawsuit.
All right, thank you. I think we're now on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Give us a moment to get set up here. Thank you, Jessica. All right, let's go ahead to the next slide, please. Just actually have a few items to note, and actually taking advantage of our new webpage. I'm going to hit items pretty quickly and just keep rolling forward. And information on most of what I'm about to cover will be or is already on our city's homepage. So that should make it easy for those who are interested in following up. So first off, just a quick update on the pandemic. Clearly, our focus is on vaccinations as well as testing. The county is continuing to urge members of the community to get vaccinated with eligibility now to 16 and over 16 years old and older. And we have a number of references for how people can seek the vaccinations, including no appointment necessary options. Check our webpage as well as medium.com Palo Alto Connect. And on testing, we've got ongoing testing continuing on Tuesdays here at City Hall Plaza, or actually, I'm sorry, Tuesdays at Mitchell Park, and by the county next date coming up this Friday, May 7th. All right, next slide, please. We'll be talking later this evening about the budget, a little more specificity, but do want to ensure that all members of the community are aware that we have upcoming budget sessions on the calendar, including an ongoing opportunity to provide feedback on our survey that will be coming out on Wednesday, as well as most specifically a budget town hall where we'll walk through particulars this coming Thursday at 6 p.m. Next slide, please. Library opening is continuing. Children's Library, as the council knows, has now opened. These are all limited hours, and at this point is still using an appointment system. I know that the staff is looking at options on how to ensure it's most effectively available to members of the community. So stand by for additional information or check our webpage. And that Mitchell Park and Rinconada will be opening shortly. Next slide, please. Would note that our continuing focus on race and equity issues continues this month. A number of events as well as ongoing exhibits available, including programs in conjunction with Stanford University in hosting conversation with the authors of a couple of key, one author and one discussion of a couple of key literary works, as well as a new exhibit at the Palo Alto Arts Center. Thank you, Vice Mayor Byrd, for welcoming folks to that opening last week. And also, it is now Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Correct that one, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And we've got a number of events planned throughout the month. Again, information available on our homepage. Next slide, please. Additional engagement opportunities include our housing element. The council next week will be meeting a joint session with the Planning and Transportation Commission. There will also be a community workshop scheduled on Saturday, this May 15th. And also related to our Bikeways project that is on South Palo Alto will be upcoming, and some dates and particular opportunities for members of the community to become involved and weigh in, also on our homepage. Next slide, please. then also one of note, an opportunity for volunteerism on our National River Week Cleanup Month. Boy, May is a super busy month. And here's an opportunity for members of the community to get together with friends and organize a creek cleanup and other opportunities to also impact positively our bay. And so if you look at our homepage, there's information and opportunities to set your own date as convenient, and picking Saturdays in order to help arrange assisting our creeks and coasts. Next slide, please. And also notable here for anyone involved in seeking a building permit, that our Planning and Development Services Department has now rolled out a virtual appointment scheduling system. And so that information is a little more focused in terms of members of the community that would be interested in this, but nonetheless timely, and wanted to make sure that members of the community are aware that getting appointments, virtual appointments, is now a service available. Next slide, please. And also news, as we look to our open spaces with the weather just as incredible as it is, that our Pearson Arrastradero Preserve parking area has now been expanded. Long time coming, long time awaited, finally here. So we've got additional capacity for community members who'd like to park your car and take a hike, heading up the hill, or as the case may be. And also notable that Foothills Park, which, as the council knows, is open to all. Yesterday, had the opportunity to bike by and saw Councilmember Cormack at the gate. Just want to note that while a constant stream of visitors to Foothills Park, I believe we have not had the need to close in the recent weeks. So definitely an opportunity for members of the community to get out and experience our wonderful open spaces. Next slide, please. And upcoming council dates, I won't go through these in particular, but for those who are interested in things happening, identified a few specific items with dates scheduled in May. And then in our next slide, we've got a number of items coming up in June where we have not finalized dates. So next slide, please. Just like to flag for members of the community that prior to the July recess and budget adoption, we do have quite a packed docket of items that we're juggling in order to ensure that we're making effective use of both the council's time as well as provide opportunities for the community to weigh in. Thank you. Back to you, Mayor Du Bois.
And don't forget, Palo Alto Mayfet is still going on this week at paloaltomayfetparade.com. I see a couple of hands. Do you have a quick comment, Councilmember Cormack?
I just wanted to update the time on the slide for the budget meeting, which is tomorrow at Finance, listed 6 p.m. That is our normal time, but tomorrow we're starting at 2 p.m. And the budget item, I know a lot of people are interested in the budget, is item 3. So yeah, it's definitely not going to be at 6 p.m. I think people might want to be on at, I don't know, 3 or 4 or something.
Thank you very much. My apologies for that.
Vice Mayor Byrd, I don't know if your hand was left up or.
No, it's up. Yes, so thank you for the update. And several members of the public had asked me about how to locate the actual budget on the city website and documents. And I went and found the blog posting, but that didn't have a link to the budget. And tonight's agenda item with the study session, it didn't have a link. And I searched quite a bit. I'm sure it's there somewhere, but there's a real difficulty finding the budget. So I don't know if staff could direct folks who might be listening and then make it more prominently available.
It is on our homepage, but it does take a couple of clicks, or a few clicks maybe. So I will check into that and make sure that it's as easy as possible. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I wanted to find out very quickly, is your presentation, city manager's presentation, available to us? I couldn't find it. The reason I asked is because I noticed 20 2239 Wellesley, I believe the address was on your presentation, but it went by really quickly and I didn't see the pre-screening. Is there pre-screening on it in June or when is that?
Let me pull that
I'm
back
sorry,
up
it
very
just
quickly.
whizzed by
Sure,
really quickly.
sure. Sorry about that. Yes, let me get that. I believe it is for June. May 18th.
May 18th. And that's a pre-screening session.
Yes, we have, this is, council set an extra council meeting on the 18th, and that will be all land use items.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break right now. We're a little ahead of schedule. So if you could come back right at 6:15, we'll get, well, let's make it 6:16 and we'll get started on our first action item. Thank you. council members are back. If you could turn your camera on, please. Okay, looks like we have a quorum. So why don't we go ahead and proceed with item number 10, which is alternatives for changes to the Churchill and Alma intersection. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, let me ask Mr. Cammy to lead off, fresh back from his, I would call it a respite, but I know it wasn't with a newborn. So welcome back, Mr. Cammy. Oh, still on mute. Out of practice.
How's this thing work? I was just going to say that was the longest 2-week break I ever had. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the City Council and also members of the public. I'm Philip Cammy, Chief Transportation Official, and tonight staff and consultants are here to present the Alma and Churchill near-term safety improvements project, which is a project that's federally funded and was directed by the State Public Utilities Commission and the DOT. And it's a project that's intended to improve safety hazards at the at-grade rail crossing there. And so tonight, presenting this project is Ruchika Agarwal, our project engineer, and she'll also be introducing our consultants that will be helping with the presentation. And we've got quite a few Office of Transportation staff here to support with any questions. With that, I'll turn it over to Ruchika. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois and Vice Mayor Burt and council members. My name is Ruchika Agarwal. I'm the project engineer with the OOT, Office of Transportation. I'm here to present the Alma Churchill near-term safety improvement project, as Philip mentioned. Co-presenting with me today is Marie Mai from Calendar Associates. The design team also includes VKF engineers, Jason Mansfield and Jonathan Santofranchi. We have Trisha Dudala from Hexagon Consultants and Ripin Bhatia and Rafael Rios from the City Office of Transportation staff. To give a brief background about this project, so the limits for this project is the Alma Churchill intersection, incorporating the railroad crossing at this intersection. It is a program that is funded by the Section 130 program, which is designed for the elimination of hazards at grade rail crossings within the state of California. This program addresses the immediate safety concerns that could be implemented in a shorter period of time, and it includes partnership with the Caltrans and the city. There have been some improvements identified within the Caltrain right-of-way, so the city is coordinating our work with the Caltrain and the city's improvements. We're required to follow the guidelines of CPUC to complete this project, which is a limited scope of project, again, just to address the safety concerns for the intersection. The possible design elements, and which we would go in more detail as we describe the two concept plans, but some of the design elements include traffic signal modification, adding a pre-signal on Churchill Avenue for eastbound traffic to avoid vehicles backing up or queuing up on the railroad tracks, sidewalk realignment and widening to help with the pedestrians, and then the drainage improvements, signing and striping to follow with these concept improvements. As I mentioned, it's a federally funded program, but the funding is obligated through the Caltrans, which is the California State Department of Transportation. There are multiple stakeholders in this project. Caltrans, again, the state department, which is obligating the funds. Caltrain, which is the commuter rail between San Francisco and San Jose and the Bay Area, the South Bay. JPB, Joint Powers Board, this is the governing body for Caltrain, and they own some of the utilities. And as I mentioned, we are coordinating our work with the JPB work as well. California Public Utilities Commissions, they regulate services and utilities for the railroad for this intersection. Palo Alto High School, Palo Alto School District, adjacent homeowners in the vicinity of this intersection. So these are some of the stakeholders we have been reaching out and coordinating our project on an ongoing basis. Technical constraints, as we have developed the concept alternatives that we've come across as right-of-way. There are right-of-way issues between the city and JPB, which we are identifying and working on together. The existing utilities that needs to be relocated in order to accommodate some of the sidewalk and ramp improvements. The visibility, trying to improve the visibility for the queuing area for pedestrians and bikes as the high school increases a large number of pedestrians and school students at this intersection. The intersection capacity is it's a very well used intersection, not just by vehicles, but also it's a truck route. We have a large number of students from the Palo Alto High School, and we also have a large number of bicyclists traversing through this intersection. At this point, I'll hand it over to Marie Mai, who would continue with the presentation. And we're all here as the design team for any questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rushika. So you can see here, this is a bird's eye view of the project area, which is outlined in the white dash. And to orient you briefly, the Alma Street and Caltrain tracks runs roughly top to bottom or roughly north to south on the page. Churchill Avenue runs east to west or roughly left to right on the page. And Palo Alto High School is in the upper left corner, near location we've labeled with the letter A. So during the morning school and work commute period, there is significant traffic on westbound Churchill, which spills into the northbound left turn lane on Alma. And at other times, particularly the afternoon commute period and then after school, going back to home for the students, you see an increase in traffic, both along Churchill and also Alma. So you can see the potential for conflict as pedestrians cross the tracks along the route in yellow, and in particular at location B, which is where the pedestrians basically get bookended between the tracks and the trains on one side and then the cars in the roadway on the other. So to address this and improve the safety of the intersection, the project teams developed two conceptual alternatives. So what we see here is concept one, and the visibility of pedestrians and cyclists are improved by enhancements that include the following. So higher visibility, yellow ladder striping across the intersection legs, the addition of stop bars and green intersection crossing markings for cyclists as they cross Alma, the enlargement of the sidewalk pavement at location B that provides more queuing space for pedestrians, improved pedestrian access across the Caltrain tracks through the provision of wider pedestrian railroad gates than is currently available, and then improved connection to the Embarcadero Trail that's aligned along the school perimeter. So all of those improvements help to facilitate pedestrian and bicycle circulation and access across the intersection, across the tracks. And then to discourage vehicles from queuing within the train crossing area and within the tracks, a pre-signal is proposed at location X for eastbound vehicles on Churchill. And this pre-signal would restrict eastbound vehicles from turning right onto southbound Alma, or would restrict the right turn on red onto southbound Alma. So with modifications to the signal timing and the phasing to provide more continuous green time to those vehicles turning right, this would help mitigate the potential for any vehicular delay and potential for any congestion along eastbound Churchill. Moving on to concept two, you'll see a number of similar pedestrian and bicycle enhancements as concept one, including the crosswalk striping, the widened gate, trail improvements, the bike intersection pavement markings. Those are all very similar. But there are a few key differences from concept one. And they are the result of elimination of the southbound right turn only lane on Alma Street. So the elimination of the right turn only lane provides an opportunity to replace a pavement with stormwater planter, and that's shown in the green on the plan. Concept 2, like concept 1, would incorporate the addition of a pre-signal to prevent vehicles from being in the train crossing area. And then the turning movement would be retained. So the turning movement for vehicles would be retained by changing the outer through lane to become a through right lane. And then so, due to the typical queuing that occurs in the through lane currently, under existing conditions, during peak hours and with the signal modifications, we would anticipate that concept 2 would see a reduction in congestion compared to existing conditions. So very similar to concept 1. But the reduction in congestion would be to a lesser degree compared to concept 1. So there's kind of a clear difference there. And then other differences between concept 2 compared to concept 1 include the Alma Street crossing distance would be shorter for pedestrians and cyclists. You can see the image to the bottom left, where that right turn pocket would be removed, opportunity for more queuing space and for planting, stormwater planter would arise. And then with the additional pavement at that corner, the visibility of pedestrians queuing would be improved. And just to compare the two here, we can see kind of the visibility, the cone of visibility for vehicles approaching that southbound Alma intersection. We're able to clear more of the existing vegetation that's along the fence line, along the cat-trained fence line there. And then just larger pedestrian queuing space in concept 2, as you can see with the cyan color overlay compared to concept 1. And then this slide just summarizes the main differences between the two concepts. So you can see, concept 2, there's a number of differences, primarily due to the elimination of that right turn only pocket. And then the differences between concept 2 and 1 in terms of pedestrian and cyclist safety improvements are noted in the text in bold. So a concerted outreach effort has been made and implemented to engage the public and various stakeholders. So that's included presentations to Payback, to the School Traffic Safety Committee, the Planning and Transportation Commission, and also Palo Alto Unified School District. Staff met recently with school district staff to review the concepts and then to address the district's concerns. And the schools indicate that they're fine with the city moving ahead with the design and with concept 2. So after tonight, we'll be continuing to refine the concepts. We'll be returning to the community in summer to share the design refinements, the preferred design, and obtain any additional feedback on that. And then the construction drawings will be prepared concurrently through the spring, over the summer, and into the fall. So we're looking to go to construction in 2022. So in consideration of all of the issues mentioned, the Planning and Transportation Commission and staff recommend that council approve the concept plan 2 as the preferred alternative for the near-term safety improvements to the Alma and Churchill Railroad crossing, and then also to direct staff to complete the final design plans, environmental analysis, specifications, and estimates for construction. Thank you. I'll hand it back.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to members of the public, see if they have any comments.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We will go with Pixel 4A to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Susan Newman. Pixel 4A, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, thank you. I assume you can hear me. This is Kathy Jordan speaking. As a Pally parent who has done innumerable pickups and drop-offs to Pally, always to the south side, which is the preferred side for most students. I want to make sure that the council knows that getting rid of the right-hand pocket lane would be an enormous inconvenience for parents, students, and staff, particularly in the morning commute to go to Palo Alto High School, because vehicles are not permitted to go straight across Churchill in the morning. The only options for commuting in a vehicle, which students do, they carpool. They also bring gear with them if they are staying after school for extracurricular activities, and they transport that in a car. Because we cannot go across Churchill in the morning, that's restricted and prohibited, then only those two options is turning left, going northbound on Alma, or turning right, going southbound on Alma to access the southbound side and the parking lot of Palo Alto High School. Removing that right-hand pocket lane would restrict access to the school site for all of those above members of the community. So I would strongly urge the council to consider option 1 as the preferred option and discard consideration of option 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Susan Newman. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. The purpose of this project is safety. Safety. Between these two imperfect options from which you're deciding, one of these two proposals is more safe or creates a more safe intersection than the other, and that's number 2. Now, as my friend Kathy Jordan pointed out, there are significant problems with both options, and those problems have to do with access to schools. They also have to do with safety. Now, I want to remind the council that you all are in charge and that you are not limited to the 2 options that you thought were the most attractive ones at the last time you discussed this. You are free to revisit previous alternatives. And the one I really want you to look at again on behalf of the community is the viaduct option. And that's because it actually solves all of these problems the best with no negative consequences. For example, and the dismissal of the viaduct option was actually based on legally irrelevant and sometimes false considerations. For example, it's legally irrelevant whether or not people who live near a railroad tracks feel that their privacy might be invaded by people on the trains. That can be dismissed. Additionally, it is absolutely illegal for the city council to prioritize these irrelevant concerns over the rights of homeowners to enjoy their full right to use the property they own near the train. The viaduct is the option that prevents any home ownership property rights to be taken away from the community. Additionally, unfortunately, there was an error in the XCAP presentation, which said that a viaduct would have no impact on bikes and cars. That's not true. Lifting the trains up will clear the way for bikes and cars. It is by far the best solution. I hope you consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And we will only be taking speaker hands for the next 2 minutes. Our next speaker is Susan Newman, to be followed by Carrie Yarkin and Steve Carlson. Susan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there. As a resident of Southgate who uses the Churchill-Alma intersection on a daily basis, I am concerned about the impacts of certain of the proposals outlined by staff. I can see that eliminating the right turn on red for eastbound Churchill traffic may prevent some dangerous behavior by drivers, so I support it. However, I agree with an upcoming speaker that increasing the length of the green light for Churchill will harm traffic efficiency on Alma. And I don't see a need for it. If cars can go right during both the green light for eastbound Churchill and during left turns onto Churchill from northbound Alma, that will allow about as much time as we have now for making the turn south, especially during peak traffic time. 2 possible modifications to consider. Limit the no right turn on red to peak morning, afternoon, and evening weekday times. And to truly improve the clearance of traffic on Churchill, limit on-street parking between Castellea and the tracks to 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. on weekdays, and allow right-turning traffic to get out of the way of left-turning and through traffic on eastbound Churchill. I join others in opposing the elimination of the right turn pocket on southbound Alma. Having listened to both the community meeting in January and the PTC meeting in March, I have heard no compelling safety reason for an even larger landing site for bicycles and pedestrians at the northwest corner. The traffic study, limited though it is, confirms that the flow of Alma traffic will be slowed by this decision. I also see a lot of potential for dangerous new driver behavior, particularly when traffic is heavy, the crossing gates are down, the lights for Alma through traffic are green, and half of the southbound traffic is liable to get stuck behind drivers who need to turn right onto Churchill. What are they going to do? They're going to dart out into the other lane, all kinds of things, rush to make the light. Make biking to Pali safer by building the tunnel at Seal, as we have discussed in other council meetings, rather than risking traffic disruption along a major artery by doing concept 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We will no longer be taking any other hands. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin, to be followed by Steve Carlson, and our final speaker is Michael Price. Carrie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. There are 2 things I would just like to add to the staff report. Overall, I think that whatever these set of improvements do, that they should build like as the first set and then go to the XCAP recommendation of closure plus mitigations, because I think that they need to feed into each other. I don't think you should be doing this just separately. I also want to bring up that it was brought up at the first community meeting, which was January 21st, that this will not prevent a suicide. And it's ironic that there was a suicide on January 21st of the first safety improvement meeting, which should be noted in the report. So this will not do anything to stop someone from committing suicide. Also, I'm a little concerned about those large curb outs, which seem like safety improvements, but you're getting more like, I don't know, maybe 100 kids on bikes, 50 kids on bikes out there, closer to the tracks, closer to more trains crossing, which I think is a big safety issue. I also think that the signal timing, I don't think you should increase the amount of wait time on Churchill and decrease time on Alma, because I think it just is creating more unsafe conditions for the bikes that are trying to get across. And it's encouraging more people to use Churchill to get across Alma. I also want you to know that Castro Street has a closure in Mountain View, and that was accomplished in 1 day. You're now 4+ years trying to get a solution for this Churchill Alma Railroad crossing. I think all the changes and mitigations endorsed by XCAP should get a full hearing, similar to what you just did right now for this safety improvements, and what you did last week with the Charleston and Meadow crossings. Please give them your full attention so you can understand what the mitigations were. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Steve Carlson, to be followed by our final speaker, Michael Price. Steve, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. As a Southgate resident for 24 years, I cross the Churchill-Alma intersection on almost a daily basis, including the heaviest traffic periods. I'm concerned that some of the proposed changes will worsen vehicular congestion on both Churchill and Alma without adding safety benefits. First, Proposal 1, eliminating the right turn on red for eastbound Churchill traffic will decrease the efficiency of movement through the intersection, leading to longer queuing in a situation where backups already extend as far back as Madrono. This congestion in turn will impact traffic departing Pali, with more of the effects described in the traffic analysis. To compensate for decreased efficiency, The proposals include giving more green light time to Churchill traffic and less to Alma, but this will have negative effects on Alma traffic, which are exacerbated by the particularly problematic second proposal. In Proposal 2, the right-hand turn pocket, which currently exists for eastbound Churchill traffic, is eliminated altogether. Indeed, Hexagon's traffic analysis shows that this change results in increased delays for traffic compared with Proposal 1, even with signal changes. Elimination of the right-hand turn pocket is particularly concerning. Finally, and very importantly, I'd like to point out that Hexagon's traffic analysis is based on present-day pre-COVID traffic, not 2030, not 2040, or even beyond. It does not appear to include electrification. Intersection changes of this magnitude should be based on analysis of the already projected traffic increases over time, not just present-day numbers. 3 specific suggestions. Number 1, to improve striping and signage and modestly increase the landing space for westbound bikes and pedestrians as suggested in option 1. Secondly, eliminate the pre-signal or have it apply only to the left-hand lane for eastbound Churchill traffic in order to preserve right-hand turn on red and thus avoid creating more backup on Churchill. And lastly, please do study this with appropriate traffic projections over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. And our final speaker is Michael Price. Michael, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm in favor of the safety upgrades in Alternative 1, but I do not favor Alternative 2. No incident reports from Caltrain or the Palo Alto Police Department indicate there's actually a problem that an increased waiting area for bike peds will solve, so the benefits of an even larger one are unclear. The improvements in Alternative 1 do address the causes of most of the documented incidents at Churchill. Those causes that are not addressed will not be affected by waiting areas regardless of size. Alternative 2, on the other hand, will reduce the safety of the intersection for car traffic by eliminating the right turn pocket. Cars traveling south on Alma will be faced with a sudden stopping of traffic in the right-hand lane whenever a car wants to turn right but is blocked by the crossing gate. The traffic analysis claims that drivers will simply merge left and the capacity of the intersection will be unchanged, but this ignores driver psychology and behavior. More likely is that someone wanting to turn right will occasionally be surprised that their way is blocked and will come to a sudden stop. This could lead to rear-end collisions. There is no other Caltrain crossing along the entire corridor where a parallel through street is not provided with a right turn lane or pocket, not a single one. So there's no example for which safety data can be compared for what we're about to do. I was president of the community outreach meeting in which 60% of the attendees voted for Alternative 1 rather than Alternative 2. In a presentation to the council, this vote was portrayed as invalid because those voting against Alternative 2 were confused, thinking that the right turns would be prohibited at all times. I found no such confusion on the part of the attendees to whom I have spoken. Trading off traffic safety for some possible incremental bike pedestrian safety should be rejected. Please do not approve Alternative 1. Thank you.
Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it back to council for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I do have a few questions. What is a pre-signal and what does it look like? Sorry, I have no idea.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. A pre-signal really is, in this case, a signal before a signal. So just adding another signal for Churchill Avenue, on Churchill Avenue for the eastbound traffic. The diagnostic team that came up to the city of Palo Alto a few years ago identified that the problem in this intersection was cars not being able to see the other signal and many times stopping at the signal. So to avoid that, have an additional signal prior to the signal that is at Alma and Churchill intersection.
Okay, so let me just test my understanding. The pre-signal shows exactly what's at the same signal. It's on the same cycle, etc.
No, it will not be on the same cycle. It would allow for the track clearance to clear the eastbound traffic on Churchill, but then stop the cars behind the second signal. So where right now we have the cantilever beacons, so a signal would be around that in that vicinity. And I can have Jason Mansfield from BKF explain a little bit more to that effect.
Great, because I have no idea what a cantilever beacon is either.
Oh, it's the existing structure where the beacons are flashing when the trains are coming right now.
Okay.
So we are trying to accommodate the signal near that structure.
Okay, so let me just make sure my question is clear. I'm in a car, let's assume, and I'm coming east on Churchill and I'm coming towards the train tracks. What am I seeing where? And yeah.
I see Raphael here. I think he'd probably be a good one to answer your question.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. To be a little bit more precise, a pre-signal, so the current signal, you're stopping right before the travel lanes on Alma, the stop line, which is after the railroad tracks, and the pre-signal would move that stop to before the railroad tracks. So on a red light, and you would have an extra signal head also on the before Alma Street. So you would be required to stop at a new stop line before the railroad tracks.
Okay. Okay.
And though the lights are not always exactly the same as the ones that are currently there on the far side, they pretty much operate as one intersection, except for when a train comes. When a train comes, the first set of lights, if you can imagine, before the tracks would stay red, and you would still stop before the tracks, but you would still have the clearance just in case there's any cars that are stopped on the tracks to clear. And that clearance time could be a little bit less because what you have today, you give enough time to clear what's on the tracks, and a little bit more also because of when cars see a green light, they tend to go also, but instead they'll have a red light before the tracks.
Okay, thanks. Hopefully this will solve the problem of two people going and one of them ending up on the tracks. That always makes me nervous. And then people are honking behind me. Okay, next question. In alternative 2, on the west side of Alma, is there any tree or vegetation removal in order to provide space for the green stormwater infrastructure? It's a little hard to tell from the visuals.
No, not at this time. We haven't identified any vegetation to be removed as a part of this. This
Okay. Great.
So actually,
sorry, go ahead.
I'll add to that one, Councilmember Cormac, is that that is an existing pavement area that will be turned into the green area. So
yeah, and I'll just say slide 11 was super helpful. Thank you for the visual on the left. It was easy to understand that what we're doing essentially is taking space from cars in that and using it for green stormwater infrastructure and then for people to be there. The curb outs, it's are they going to be those, I don't know these words, but are they going to be the ones that sort of roll down to the pavement? So it's a little unclear sometimes if you're a car where it stops. Are they going to be a different color? And basically getting at if you're coming south on Alma and you're going to make the right-hand turn, is it really obvious where the corner is that you're not supposed to be?
Yes, it would be. Yes, we would have all the curb ramps ADA compliant. And we would, the signing and the striping would make it very clear to, so the cars are not getting on the sidewalk or on the pedestrian queuing space.
Okay, great.
If I can just add a couple things, apologies for jumping in here, but just to note that it also makes the lanes a little bit wider. So there's a little bit more room for the vehicles. Right now, the lanes are extremely narrow. So it actually it becomes a little bit easier in both of the alternatives to follow the lanes there, where we have very, very narrow lanes. Two other things I just want to note. One, there was some questions about the pre-signal in the public comments. I just want to note that I believe that our funding for this project is 100% reimbursable by federal funds. And our funding is actually dependent on us putting in the pre-signal. That's actually something that CPUC requires. So I just want to note that they're actually requiring us to do that, or they will not reimburse us for any of this work. And the only reason they wouldn't allow it is if we did not find it feasible. The other thing I wanted to note is I noticed that we also had Commissioner Templeton from the PTC join us, and noting that the PTC unanimously recommended this second item. I wanted to note that in case anyone wanted to hear from her.
Thanks, Mr. Kami. I have one more question, which is, what is, I'm sorry if I missed it, what is the duration of construction? Let's assume we go ahead with alternative 2. How long will it take to do this?
Right now, we don't have a good estimate on that. We are hoping to provide or get the bids ready by the end of this year or early next year. Typically, the construction period is not too long for a project like that. It's a traffic signal equipment that needs almost 4 to 6 months time to order and to get it in place. So our estimate would be within 6 to 8 months. We are hoping that between the bid process and the construction to be completed.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And I do appreciate the comments and concerns of the public today, but I did note on packet page 163 that southbound right turn that we're proposing eliminating in alternative 2 is frequently blocked. And so essentially it's not providing the benefit that, that you would think that it would be there for. So I see that my time is up and I will be looking forward to supporting the staff recommendation when the time comes.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question, so I know I understand that the project's being fully funded by the Section 130 program. So that means that all staff time will be reimbursed through the Section 130 program?
Yeah, that's correct. Staff time, consultant time, and construction.
Great, thank you. How does the 30 collisions on Churchill Avenue between 2016 and 2020, how does that compare to other railroad crossings in Palo Alto? Do we have data on that readily available?
I don't have that information readily available, but I do. I was told that during one of the FRA, the Federal Rail Administration meeting, Alma Churchill intersection was brought up as one of the locations with a high number of incidences. But I don't have that information readily available right now.
Yeah, and I'll add on to that it's come up before in the past in the separate and often confused with this project because this is the same kind of intersection, but confused with the grade separation project, this project, and also we have one more project that's on Churchill, which also gets confused with this, which is the bikeways, enhanced bikeways project. But noting that, I think that during that project that I don't recall if it was but it's in the top 5. Intersections with grade separation with collisions with non-grade separations at grade crossings in the state, according to the FRA.
Wow, that's alarming. Thank you for that. And then a couple questions on the traffic study. Did the traffic study observers find that vehicles during the AM commute on westbound Churchill, where there's the prohibition for through traffic at that time crossing Alma, did they find that a substantial amount of people are adhering to that traffic law, or are a lot ignoring? I've heard a lot of anecdotes that people just breeze right through that. But I'm wondering if the traffic observer saw anything.
Hi, this is Trisha with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. Yes, that's correct. What you just said is right. Although there is a restriction for the westbound through traffic to cross Churchill, to cross Alma in the morning, I think the restriction is between 7:30 and 8:15. We did observe that there were a few vehicles that violated, and they did cross Alma across, to go straight on Churchill.
Okay, thank you. And so was there ever any discussions by the consultants or staff of suggestions on how to be able to modify the intersection to better promote appliance to the traffic laws there, or are we just going to need better enforcement at this intersection to ensure that doesn't continue to happen?
Yeah, I think you're right. We have the signs that are fairly visible, and couldn't find anything in addition to what has already been in place to increase compliance. We have worked with the Palo Alto Police Department to increase enforcement, especially during the peak school times and during the restriction times, and that seems to help.
Okay. Thank you. Kind of unfortunate that we can't find a way to be able to implement in the design some ways to be able to better enforce that, especially really kind of looking at the next budget cycle coming up as well with proposed reductions in kind of our traffic team. I'm concerned that problem is just going to continue to get worse. And one final question. Did the traffic study, so I understand that the traffic study studied AM and PM peak hours in December 2018, and the after-school peak hour count was conducted in November 2017. Did the study look at the changing school enrollment numbers at Pali and the projected declining enrollment over the next several years in your final analysis? Because we're going to be seeing a significant dip in student enrollment at Palo Alto High School over the next several years, and curious kind of how that's playing into this analysis.
No, we did not do that. I mean, we wanted to look at a worst case scenario, and based upon the different counts that we had between 2017 and even 2020, we just wanted to be conservative and pick the year that had the highest turn movement volumes. But we did not account for any decline in enrollment at the Palo Alto High School.
Okay, and that makes sense. I thank you for that clarification. And last question, most important one for you, Philip. What's the name of the newborn?
Thank you. Yeah, that's critical.
Greer.
I'm surprised we haven't heard her yet. Her name is Isla Page.
Well, you need to send a photo around to council, please. Congratulations and welcome back.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
I thought it was going to be Greer.
Not girls.
Hey,
actually,
thanks.
It is, Mr. Mayor.
couple of questions. So the right turn lane that would go away under the pocket turn lane that would go away under alternative 2. So I've made that turn at times when the light on Alma Street is red, and it is kind of handy to have it there. I mean, yeah, if it's crowded, it backs up there, but even when it's crowded, it still lets 10 or 20 cars through before the Alma backs up. So in exchange, what do we get in exchange for taking that away? I mean, the landing area is bigger. Is that the main thing?
In addition to the bigger landing area, we would take some of the lane width from that turn pocket and add it to the currently subsidized lane width for southbound lanes on Alma. So as you know, Alma Street is a truck route, and it's a fair number of large trucks and vehicles are being used. They travel along Alma, and just to add a little bit more width to the other existing lanes, the truck movement would also be safer.
But that width increase is for a pretty short stretch of Alma, right? I mean, 100 feet or something like that. Is that right?
Right.
Yes.
The southbound right.
You're just taking up the space where the pocket was, and it doesn't go that far back.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that not just that it's a truck route, but also the school district would be upset if we didn't mention that they have their school buses that also require turns there. So we accommodated more room in the turning radii for the buses. We also need to accommodate emergency vehicles. I noted before that we had very, very narrow lanes there before. And then one other thing to mention, apart from the additional landing space for people crossing the street there, is it also means a shorter distance for people to cross, which is really something that's kind of critical when you look at pedestrian safety. And in particular, about this many pedestrians, that's when you want to consider it.
So is there actual evidence that it'd be safer this way? And significantly so, measurably so?
So I want to be very delicate as I say this.
Sure, of course.
Both of these options provide a safer, we believe, provide safer crossings than we currently have.
Right.
And so that's why these were designed. So I would say that we want to be very delicate when we say this, because as we were asked by the PTC, which one is safer, we do want to be very delicate about that. But there are additional safety improvements for pedestrians and bicyclists in the second alternative.
Yeah, but of course, but the key issue, I mean, how much safer, right, is of course the unanswerable question, right? So, okay, let me ask about the pre-signal then. If I understand it correctly, the price of the pre-signal is that essentially we have to ban the right turn from eastbound eastbound Churchill onto southbound Alma. Is that right? Because the cars have to stop before, because the cars have to stop before the tracks instead of at the actual corner. So you can't turn right on red from the tracks.
That's correct.
Does it have to be that way 24 hours a day? That is, could you have some of the day, you know, the one at the tracks is blinking red and, you know, you can stop and then you can move on and make the right turn onto Alma Street? Because there's a lot of the day, okay, where there's not that much traffic on Alma Street, right? And, you know, if you're going to come up to Churchill at, you know, 10 o'clock at night or come down there at 10 o'clock at night or something like that, then, you know, maybe we can jigger it with, you know, sensors and light timing and stuff like that. But it's sort of, you know, there's an awful lot of the day where there's not a problem or a safety hazard for making that right turn.
That's correct, Council Member. So this restriction on red to make that right turn, it will have an overlap phase, signal phase, which would run concurrently with the traffic that is on Alma, northbound Alma traffic. When they are making the left turn on Churchill, this phase will get a green, which is the eastbound Churchill trying to make a right on southbound Alma.
Oh, I see. You could, okay, you could have it be green. You could have the pre-signal be green.
Just for the right turn movement.
Just for the right turn movement. And then would the at the crossing, at the intersection signal also be green at that time, or would one of them be green and one of them be red?
So the through movement would be restricted. So when the traffic, so the northbound Alma traffic
is turning left.
It's turning left.
Yep.
The eastbound traffic on Churchill going towards southbound Alma would be green, but not the through traffic, because that would be in conflict with.
Sure. Yeah, no, not the through traffic, of course, right? But you'd have a green right turn arrow there or something like that.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. But okay. But at all other times, yeah, most of the time, both the pre-signal and the at intersection signal would be a red arrow. So you can't do that.
That's right.
So it's 10 o'clock at night. There's nobody on Alma Street, and you're going to be sitting there waiting on the tracks, okay? Because you can't turn right on red anymore.
So if there's no traffic on Alma, it should quickly turn green. Is the quick response to that. So the pre-signal is designed to stop you from either conflicting with the traffic on Alma or the railroad. So if neither of those are there, you should click green.
Okay.
Just to add, yeah, Philip is correct. You know, if nobody's going on southbound Alma, presumably the length of a yellow and red, maybe 4 or 5 seconds for it to turn green. You know, I'm not sure I would suggest this yet, but if it were built, we would look at the volumes, and you can actually pick. You can let it rest in a green right turn with a green left turn, but then southbound Alma would be red. You have to pick one or the other. Presumably, like let's just say at 10 p.m. or overnight, there were more left turns and right turns combined to southbound traffic. It would be an option to let it rest in that phase, and then when the southbound traffic comes in, they would have to wait 5 seconds to get a green or something. It's kind of optional at that point.
So
go ahead.
So what I think I heard you say is that, you know, well, it's a few lines of code, okay, to make any combination we want, if we want it.
And just like when there's no traffic at all, you can pick
Right.
which non-conflicting phases the intersection rests in.
Okay.
You mentioned something about like going to be flashing red or something. I wouldn't recommend that. Caltrain freaks out, and then all the trains have to go, I think, 10 miles an hour whenever the signal touches a flashing phase. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't think we'd be allowed actually to do that unless there was some kind of other, emergency power outage or something like that. And
Right.
we would have to notify Caltrain, and they would operate in the emergency.
So you said it'd be better off with it green than flashing red.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think historical volumes show the southbound is during the off peak is much higher than the northbound left.
Okay.
But theory,
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah, that'd be my guess too, especially outside of AM school hour.
Yeah.
And rush hour. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt, and then Councilmember Coe.
Thanks. So I can see a lot of advantages to option 2. There's a couple things about it I want to understand more deeply. First, the current situation of the narrow lanes right at near that intersection. Anecdotally, I've seen a number of accidents in that area, and I can't often tell after the fact what transpired, but do you have any sense of the accident frequency and to what degree it might be influenced by those very narrow lanes right in that area?
I don't have the detailed accident analysis report from the Palo Alto Police Department. I did a quick look at and determined the number of collisions that happened at during each year, and it sounded like 2019 was the maximum number of collisions that happened in that year. But I can get the incident report for the collisions that occurred on that side north of the intersection and provide that information to you.
But I think to anecdotally answer your question, looking at the width of the lanes, it'd be really difficult for a larger vehicle to stay in the lanes and make any of those turns there. So I think it's highly probable that there are incidents that have been caused by the lane width, if that helps.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I've seen cars drifting out of their lane for that very reason. It's just tough to stay in. But to what degree was collision analysis used in determining what would be the best alternatives and the designs? What problems were we trying to solve? We know we have bicycle safety needs there, but from the vehicular standpoint, do we know what the problems have been as demonstrated by collisions and their patterns?
I'm going to have to say that I believe a lot of that stuff is what initiated this project, which unfortunately was a bit before my time, and unfortunately before the people that we're working with in CPUC and Caltrans time. So we kind of got a whole new team that are looking at this, but noting that they required the pre-signal, and the other things were, I don't want to say optional, but things that we all discussed and identified as just overall safety improvements to the intersection. I'm not sure if staff has anything you'd like to add to that.
No, Philip, I think you mentioned it right. I think the safety and analysis and the collision data that the FRA had within their system kind of triggered to provide funding for this location.
Okay, and I am aware of what Philip I think alluded to, that this is in the entire state. This intersection, or this grade crossing, I should say, is one of the highest risk crossings in the state. My final question is for the southbound Alma right turn process, by eliminating the pocket, what risks do we have of rear ending there? as people queue up and want the right turn and can't do so? We have an increased risk of that?
You definitely have a potential for a rear-end conflict, but I think that situation can be managed by maybe having like a regulatory sign which says watch for stopped traffic or something like that. But it does not completely, what I'm trying to say is there is a possibility because if the gates go down and a vehicle wants to make a right turn and they are not able to, so obviously they are waiting in the through lane and blocking the through traffic. But given the demand for the right turn lane, there may not be, the potential may not be high, but then it completely does not eliminate the potential for like a rear-end collision. So, but I think that situation can be managed by having like a warning or a regulatory sign for southbound Alma.
Well, and now I'm thinking about where does it transition southbound Alma from the 25 zone to the 35 zone? Is it just north of Embarcadero? And should we consider extending the 25 zone to reduce this risk?
I just want to mention also that I think that, and staff will let me know, or BKF or Hexagon might let me know if I'm incorrect here, but I think that the current pocket turn lane exceeds capacity in these peaks. So that also potentially has that same risk.
You're correct. It has the same risk in kind, not the same risk in degree, I don't think. And any thoughts though on the speed limit and adjusting that to reduce this risk?
I'm hoping Ripon can jump in about this speed limit as he's working actually on our school zone speed limits signage project.
The school zone speed limits are right in front, fronting the schools, immediate vicinity, like 500 feet on that particular street. So Churchill Avenue itself will have reduced speed zones, but Alma at this time will go through the similar speed zones. Reduction of the speed zones in general by action, by regulatory signs, typically don't affect much on the vehicular behavior. It is the actual physical, either enforcement or through the physical means that reduces the speed of the vehicular traffic in general that guides. Because if the lanes are open and vacant, usually vehicles will drive at their most comfortable speeds. So,
well, I would only agree to that to a degree. I mean, that almost argues for no speed limits, that rationale, and that just the physical circumstances would drive the driver's speed. And I appreciate that the importance of the physical design to speed, but I don't think speed limits are drivers are indifferent to them. I can tell you that I see the slowing down when you go the opposite direction northbound, and speeding up when we go from a 25 to 35 zone going southbound on Alma. So I would encourage you to re-examine that possibility. I don't know whether that's the right thing to do, but it may be a way to partially mitigate the increased risk of the rear ending, which is one of the few downsides to this. Thank you.
Certainly, we can.
Yeah, just to add one more thing to Vice Mayor Bird's question. You're right. So the current, so the speed limits are set based on the engineering and traffic speed surveys that are done throughout the city. For Alma Street, I know we still have a current engineering and traffic speed survey that validates the existing speed limit. However, once we move this project forward and there are changes in the lane geometry of this intersection, that would qualify for us to restudy or reconduct the engineering and traffic survey. So at that time, we can definitely add this to resurvey and see if there is a potential for decreasing the speed limit.
Good. And when we look at speed limits, we don't typically look at that kind of periodic rear-ending potential. That's a little bit different of a focus than our typical approach. So thanks. I hope that'll occur.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. So I have to say that, you know, what Vice Mayor Burt said, going southbound on Alma over, once we're coming out of the downtown area where it's really narrow, I do see cars speeding up when they're coming out of the narrow side of it. And when it starts widening up a little bit, then they slow down again as they come towards the intersection. Due to traffic light or due to they need to make a turn or whatnot. So it does bear some studying in terms of the speed over there. Then I actually wanted to kind of get some understanding here. So coming on Churchill westbound, you cannot go across Alma at peak hours in the morning. So then that would mean that that would mean that most of the parents who are sending their kids to school or driving their kids to school will have to use another route to come southbound onto Alma and then make that right-hand turn onto Churchill to get to school or use Embarcadero, which is just as bad in the morning. And so listening to some of the members of the public who are sending their kids to school during that peak hour, that would just be congesting Alma southbound. So I'm just trying to think, you know, kind of diverting traffic to another way and now taking away that lane from them. Bless you. So has that been kind of studied? I'm trying to visualize the westbound and northbound also myself, so I'm confusing myself as well. But not being able to cross Alma in the peak hours to go towards Palo Alto High School. So instead, the parents from that side are taking another route to, you know, divert, you maybe come through the neighborhood streets and get onto Alma going northbound to make that right-hand turn onto Churchill to still go to school.
So, Councilmember Ku, that restriction on Churchill Avenue is only for about 35 minutes in the morning. It's not for the entire AM peak period where you're not allowed to cross Alma Street. And that restriction has been in place for many years. I mean, Rafael, you can chime in to let us know how many years it has been. So this project is not impacting that movement. So that would still remain the same, what it has been for over 10, 20 years.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I guess the new added thing would be just that right-hand turn lane that is going to be taken away. And so now during that 30-minute time, and I'm glad to know that it's, you know, only about 30 minutes that the restriction is there. So then I wonder what happens when when the schoolgoers are stuck in traffic over there trying to get past that that location. Okay, I had another question. Oh, the LOS on page 144, packet page 144, which is page 6. After everything is done, it doesn't seem like the LOS has been really affected. I mean, it went from a F to an E during the AM peak hours. So, you know, in terms of circulation, it doesn't seem like you've done too much for that. There's no way to see it get any better, especially if this is LOS for now, like one of the public had mentioned, you know, in 2030 or 2040, potentially could be a lot more worse.
So that's a great comment. I just want to mention that this project is really meant for near-term safety improvements. It's really envisioned that there will be a more significant project that will occur at Churchill regarding grade separation that potentially could address LOS or even actually address safety as well, and should address all of those things, but noting that that's going to be a much more significant project. These are things that CPUC actually said they need us to do. Actually, by next year, we have to do it. So I think by 2022, we actually have to complete construction on this project for them to pay for it, and project which they directed us to do. So these are really just near-term safety improvements, and we were actually lucky to be able to find enhancements to the level of service and operations of the intersection as well.
And their terms is actually understandable that it is a short term and that there may be changes in the future when we revisit this site, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, that was part of the original discussion that we had is, did they still want us to do these things in light of the fact that we had grade separation? But the understanding is that our grade separation project is going to take some time, and that there's definitely value in us having safety improvements immediately or more immediately than the grade separation project would bring.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, thank you guys for your work on this. This is actually one intersection I take quite a bit. So this is actually how I get to council meetings. I should take it all the time. We haven't done that in a while, but so I'm actually quite familiar with this. One of the questions I was going to ask has already been answered, so I'm not going to ask that again. But do you guys have an idea of how many pedestrians actually cross here?
Yes. During the AM peak hour, we have about between 300 to 400 pedestrians cross the intersection in the AM peak hour. And also during like the school peak hour, around like between 200 and 300. And in the PM peak hour, again, it's about 200 to 300 pedestrians. The highest number of pedestrians occur during the AM peak hour.
Okay, makes sense.
And if I can just add on really quickly, I mentioned that there's 3 projects in this area. One of them is of course the grade separation project, which I mentioned is longer term, but another one is the Churchill Avenue Enhanced Bikeways project, which I believe you'll be hearing more about soon. That project actually connects this intersection essentially to the Stanford Perimeter Trail and provides enhanced bicycle and pedestrian connections there. So that could potentially increase the usage of this area for bicyclists and pedestrians.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask about that because on the slides it talks about how this is going to improve connections to Embarcadero Trail, but I wasn't clear about how that was going to do that here.
Yeah, so I believe that it connects to the other project, which is the Churchill Avenue Enhanced Bikeways. But this, does enhance the crossing for bicycles and pedestrians that are getting to that Embarcadero Trail, which is just on the other side of Alma there.
Wait, so how does it help that connection?
Can somebody pull up the slide where it just shows where the connection is? The connection is actually right at the corner of that intersection.
But how does this project help that connection?
So, Councilmember, in one of the community meetings, there was some comment that was brought up that the connection, it is connected, but it was not very easy to maneuver getting onto the Embarcadero bike path. Mm-hmm. So there is a part where it increases or it facilitates that movement from this crossing. If a bike or a pedestrian is traveling westbound on Churchill, and to connect to the bike path. You see in this letter A, there's a little triangle above that, and that was what was kind of identified to help maneuvering that movement from the westbound Churchill to the Embarcadero bike path.
Okay, I guess I'm still you're a little bit soft, so it's a little bit hard to hear you. So you're probably sing it, but I can't hear you very well. But how exactly does this help that connection?
Oh, so sorry about that. At one of the community meetings, one of the members brought it up that the maneuvering was not very
Okay.
easy to get to the Embarcadero bike path. So we were trying to make some changes or adding this little triangle to have that movement become easier.
If I can, it just improves the turning radii. It makes it less of a right angle that you have to make on a bicycle, which is very difficult to make. So it just makes it a little bit rounder so that you can actually enter it more easily on a bicycle. Sorry to jump in, Ruchika.
No,
that helps. So I guess one thing I was just thinking about is why, I mean, we have a protected bike lane on the Embarcadero bike trail, which is right next to this. Why not have all the bikes kind of protected on that bike trail? Why? I'm just trying to understand, like, if we're going to change this, or is that part of the next plan? Like, because you have these two bike lanes here, and it's a fairly high traffic street. So why not try to use the Embarcadero bike trail to have the bikes there instead of having exposed bike lanes, unprotected bike lanes in the street? Because you have the Embarcadero bike trail right next to it. It's just just a few feet away. Why do we have this one out in the street?
So that has to do with where the bike lane is coming from, and noting that on the other side of, without removing parking from in front of people's houses, which is a much more significant project. Not that it's something we couldn't look at in the future, but it's a much more significant project to remove the parking from in front of everyone's houses, and then to
I guess I'm talking about here. I mean, I'm talking about what's we're seeing on the screen here. So
I could jump in. The argument is because this is where the cyclists are, and as much as we might want them to use an alternative route on Embarcadero, that they're here today, and that's the condition that this project is attempting to mitigate.
Okay, so can you guys see my drawing? We have a bike lane here, right? There's a protected bike lane here, right? Can you guys see what I'm drawing?
Yes.
Going north south.
Yeah, there's a protected bike lane right here, right? And but the thing is that we also have like these unprotected bike lanes down here and down here, right? I mean, why not have these lanes, have the bikers here instead, and they'll be protected from the cars?
I think it's the sheer volume of bikes, council member. I think.
But why can't we make this wider then, so that it's we have the bikes there. I mean, I'm just trying to understand, because this is near a school, and we actually, if you move the bike lane inside, you would have more space.
Then the right-of-way concerns would get in the way. In order to increase the width of the Embarcadero bike path, I think we'll have to have discussions with JPB and the school district to get some right-of-way from them, and to increase the width of the bike lane on Churchill Avenue. I mean, as is, we have we have limited number of lanes, travel lanes, I mean traffic lanes. So increasing the width of the bike lane on Churchill Avenue was not possible.
Well, no, I guess what I'm just saying is putting the bike lane kind of, take it off the street, right? Because we already have a protected bike lane. In fact, that's what I do when I bike. Is I take the protected bike lane. And so it always puzzles me why we have this on the street, why we have a protected bike lane on the inside, and why not try to enhance that and make that the main bike lane?
So I just to really quickly just mention that, again, this project was funded by FRA funds, and they gave us pretty limited scope to what we could do with this project. So that project that you're discussing, not saying that it's not worthwhile, just would have a significant cost implication on this project, and was certainly outside of the scope that we were allowed from the CPUC and the state. But also noting that some bicyclists do take the road there currently. So we're trying to accommodate what people are already doing. Some people want to turn left onto the cross street there. So it's not just the through traffic. So we have to accommodate all of it at this time. This was the near term improvement that we could make. I think actually what you're discussing is exactly the types of things we need to be looking at for the long term, the larger project here. Where we'll really be investing potentially quite a few dollars.
The other thing I'm trying to understand is because we're losing all of let me change the color here. We're losing all of this, right? That was queuing space for the cars, and the whole idea behind that is to give more pedestrian space, right? So that's some more pedestrians crossing. How many pedestrians can fit on this right now? At least the smaller one.
So we do have the square footage comparison of the existing versus proposed.
No, I
Maybe
know
you
the
can-
square footage. I'm talking about how many more people does it hold?
Yeah,
If
comparing.
you haven't quantified that, staff, just please stay still.
Yeah, I don't think we have that quantified. I think we just know that the existing is has more pedestrians on it than we typically can handle.
It just seemed like it's a pretty expensive cost. I mean, because we're losing basically all of this, right, to give some pedestrian space. So I wonder, can we not do like park drop islands or something like that to give the pedestrians, so they don't have to give them more space, but we don't lose the queuing for the cars. Like, can we not, like on where Castellea is, right? There's some of these pork chop islands where you could provide the protection, yet you don't lose all of the queuing for the car space. Like, why not have it so that there's protection here for the pedestrians, but then the cars could still go here, right?
One of the reasons is there are physical constraints there. Sorry for jumping in. There are physical constraints here. The existing lane width is already 9.5 feet. So the buses already have to swing out in the through lane in order to make that maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
So having a pork chop island or that triangular islands for refuge islands for the pedestrians will not be physically be able to fit in this area.
Well, why not give more pedestrian space by going this way, right? Why not like do it so that
so then you're getting into the through lane, right?
No, I mean, here, just go this way instead of going out. Just give more pedestrian space out here then.
Councilmember Tanaka, your time expired some time ago.
Okay, can you guys answer that last question, and I'll yield my time after that.
The last rectangle that you drew, there is a, so right where that letter B is, there is a galvanized gate that is proposed by the JPV that will prohibit pedestrians and bikers going parallel to the train tracks. So we cannot increase the pedestrian queuing space in that direction. So that's one of the constraints. And also there are some existing utilities that we are relocating from where the landing space is right now to where this rectangle that you just drew would have to be. So moving any further would not be feasible.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple of quick questions, a few comments. First of all, I want to say either option looks reasonable to me. I would like to encourage staff when they're presenting to include the traffic and the queuing impacts in their presentation. So if we're going southbound on Elma and we have this combined right-hand turn through lane, are you still able to make a right-hand turn on red if you want to, if there's nobody in front of you?
That's right.
You can.
Yes. So there is no restriction for no right on red for that movement.
Okay. And then in the report, it said that there can be queuing from Palo Alto High School to Alma. Do we expect with this change that the queuing was going to block the through traffic on Alma?
I'm sorry. So you're saying from traffic from Palo Alto High School going eastbound on Churchill?
Yeah, I think the report said in the morning that can back up as people are trying to get into the school and the bikes. It currently backs up to Alma. If it backs up, and now that's a through lane, is it going to block through traffic?
There is a potential for that, but that's why the overlap phase would be helpful, and the right turn traffic would be able to make that right turn with the green arrow.
Okay. And then would the signal improvements improve the current intersection if we made no other changes?
The signal improvements, yes, it would improve the operations and the signal operations for this entire intersection.
Okay, so they seem somewhat independent. So looking at the southbound Elma peak traffic, it looks like with the electrification, the time's going to increase about 30 seconds in the left lane, 50 seconds in the right lane. And as we noted, those lanes on Elma can be pretty narrow, especially coming from downtown. So what I kind of envision happening is people tend to want to be in the right-hand lane as they go over Embarcadero because those lanes are so narrow and you have oncoming traffic in the other side. And then they're going to have to zigzag back from the right lane to the middle lane to avoid the car stop to make a turn. It just seems like we may get a lot of lane changing as you go from downtown past Churchill, basically. So I've been studying this chart on packet page 158, all the turn counts. I just wanted to note, I don't think anybody's said it yet, that the volumes are about an order of magnitude higher on Alma than Churchill. Looks like we have about 1,200 cars an hour going southbound in the morning. And it's interesting, in the afternoon peak, the volumes are about the same, both directions, northbound and southbound Alma, 1,300 and 1,100 cars. And then on the bikes are definitely more concentrated in the morning. It looks like, seems like they're really dispersed in the afternoon, like there really isn't a peak of bikes in the afternoon. And then you said 300 PEDs, but I don't see that on this report. It looks like it's under 100.
Combination. I was talking about a combination of both pedestrians and bicyclists, because during the AM peak hour, what bicyclists do is they also use the pedestrian crossing in order to cross.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Councilmember Tanaka was asking about pedestrians. It looks like it's like, about 20 in each direction, pretty small compared to the bikes, but, and then the last thing I noticed, we've been talking about this intersection a lot with grade separations, and it's interesting to note that it's a truck route. I don't think that maybe it had been noted in a report. We hadn't really talked about that much. So I'm really kind of torn between the two options. I think they're both reasonable options. But I do think we're kind of at the time where we need to get some motions on the table. Councilmember Cormack.
Before we do that, Mayor Du Bois, I wonder if it'd be helpful to hear from the representative of the PTC, because I believe they were unanimous for concept 2.
I mean, it's up to a council member. If you want to call them, then you can.
All right, yeah, then that would be great. I'd like to understand why PTC was unanimous on concept 2, and before I make a motion.
Okay.
See, for the city clerk, we may need to promote Carrie Templeton.
Hi there.
We can hear you.
All right, excellent. Thank you for asking. We went back and forth and asked a lot of similar questions during our discussions, and discovered that the root of this recommendation is really about safety. And with safety in mind, concept 2 is safer. I know we've been talking about the turn lane in concept 2. That's really a pocket. And when we asked staff about that, they said that the queuing length there was very small, like 2 or 3 cars, so that it was often full, and we would have the same effect. So the other consideration really was around prioritizing bike and pedestrian safety. And someone on council asked about, why are we putting cars second? I think really because the majority of those bikes and pedestrians are students, that was a choice that we made for safety. So we were able to come together after discussing it. And really the shortened length between B and C was extremely important, and also the number of the significant increase in space for queuing at the little B island area there, our corner area. Those were our major considerations.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. That's very helpful. With that, I'm happy to move the staff recommendation for concept 2.
Is there a second?
I will second it.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your motion, Councilmember Cormack?
Briefly, I think our Our staff has done an excellent job of finding $4 million from the federal government to improve the current situation. And I appreciate the care, time, and attention that the Planning and Transportation Commission put into this. Fundamentally, as Mr. Kami said, both of these are improvements, and it looks like we can get them done pretty quickly.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, so this intersection has been an important challenge for particularly safe biking, with just many hundreds of students going there each direction at peak hour. And clearly improvements need to be made, unfortunately, with a very limited amount of land that's available to make these adjustments. Almost any alternative is going to have trade-offs. This seems to be a good balance. I don't think we should think that it's going to be able to be perfect, and as no solution could be in such a constrained circumstance. So I look forward to the improvements that I think this will bring, and I hope if there are any unforeseen impacts that we'll be able to have the flexibility to adapt. Thanks.
Any council members want to comment on the motion? Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, it's a good point you made about the pedestrian counts. It's actually a lot smaller because I'm just thinking, with how much is that going to be used by the bikers who are biking? I think to mainly be used by pedestrians. So I'm a little bit concerned about the. I think both are good support, but I'm a little bit concerned about like the loss of that space for the cars. And for me, I mainly bike anyways, but I'm just wondering whether that's a suitable trade-off. So I'm actually leaning for option one.
Any other comments? All right, not seeing any hands. Going to go ahead and move to the vote. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I almost want to flip a coin. I'm going to vote no. So that fails on a 3-4 vote. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we do option number 1.
Second.
So I was truly torn between these two options, but again, looking at the counts for bikes, peds, and cars, I think if we had maybe considered a time limited option, like the 30 minutes that we can't go through, maybe the 30 minutes of no dedicated right lane. Barring that, I still think option 1 is an improvement, and so I'd support that. Councilmember Koo.
I'm looking also not only at safety, but also at circulation, because I think that we have to look at both at the same time. And while this is a short-term project, I do still find the need to, short-term, we don't know what is short-term. So meanwhile, we have to address both issues. And I think that option 1 would actually be a better option. Thank you.
Okay, comments on the motion, Councilmember Cormack.
I'm going to be willing to support it. I probably neglected earlier, and I don't know that it was called out for us to talk about the green water storm infrastructure, which really is another benefit of alternative 2. So I'm going to support this, but I think we've missed an opportunity.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm with the mayor here. This is almost a push for me, right? I mean, it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other on that lane. First, I want to thank staff, though, for bringing us two alternatives, both of which improve the circumstances there over what they are today, and both of which we don't have to pay for. So thank you very much to staff for bringing this forward. I don't know when we're going to get around to doing a full-blown grade separation on that intersection, but this will be an improvement in that time. As for the two, again, I think it's almost a push. And the real question is, I mean, there is some value to having the turn lane. And the question is, how much of an impact on safety does it actually make to get rid of it? And, how do you weigh those things? To me, it's almost 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But I'm going to lean for alternative one here. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, I'll vote yes, because I think that either option is a significant improvement over the current conditions. I still think that option 2 is probably the better one.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I align my comments with Councilmember Cormack and Vice Mayor Burt. I think we missed an opportunity here with the green infrastructure, and anything that is going to provide a safer environment, especially for young people and students biking to school, is always a missed opportunity. I'm glad that this option still improves the safety of this grade crossing. I definitely preferred option 2, but I will vote for option 1.
Okay, thank you all for your comments. Let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes, and Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next action item, which are the CDBG grants. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes. I do. Okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services, here to present the CDBG Annual Action Plan. We have 3 requests of the council this evening. One is to endorse the proposed action plan by adopting the resolution that is included in your packet. 2 is to authorize the city manager to execute the necessary funding agreements with the agencies. And 3 is to authorize staff to turn in the appropriate paperwork to the U.S. Department for Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The city of Palo Alto receives federal dollars to support agencies that advance or improve the physical, economic, and social conditions in Palo Alto. Many of these recipients are benefiting low and very low income individuals. The annual action plan follows the 5-year consolidated plan that the City Council adopted last year. The proposed action plan advances these goals that are set forth in the consolidated plan. The sorry, just gonna the funds that we have this year for distribution is about $740,000. And I'm sorry, I just need to see if I can move my, there we go, my Zoom picture, because it was going to block some of these numbers that are coming up here. The funding categories there are 5 of them. The council's seen these before. 2 of them have a cap, and I will go over each of those now. The first one is the public service category. This year we have about $80,000 in which to allocate, and this year, like many other years, the funding request exceeds our ability to support those funds. But what you will see also when you compare the numbers on the far right column, which is the Human Resources Commission recommendation, that it's generally aligned with the allocations that were granted in last year. The one exception I just want to flag is the downtown streets request. This is the first time that we've received a request in the annual action plan. You may recall in December, as a part of the second round of CARES Act funding, the city was able to allocate $100,000 toward the food closet, which is what this request is here for today. But for a number of reasons, the HRC and staff are not recommending this item be funded in this category. One is just the limited amount of funds that are available for this particular program. Two, the dollars that would support directly and indirectly the food closet are similar to the resources that would be funded under the economic development category, which you'll see in a moment, where the city is allocating funds. And third, the food resources are actually provided by Second Harvest of Silicon Valley, and that would not be impacted by the recommendations in this action plan. So moving on then to the other category that is also limited, that's the planning and administration category. And here we have two sort of ongoing requests. One is from the city of Palo Alto. That's to support the part-time staff and consultant work to run the program. We make this request every year. And then Project Sentinel is also has a request which we are able to meet. Moving on to the three other categories which do not have limits. Oh, let me just go back. I will note that the city funding here is to reach the 20% cap. The HRC recognizing that the city has borne additional expenses as a part of the CARES Act funding and some of the ongoing programming, decided to grant more to reach the cap toward the city to support our efforts. The council is not obligated to fill to the 20%, and if so desired, could reallocate some of that money as appropriate. But the money would certainly be used and not require the staff to use general fund dollars to support the program. The other three programs categories are ones, the downtown streets one is one that you've seen before. Rebuilding Together Peninsula is a program that we've previously used Habitat for Humanity. So this is a new program, but it essentially does the same, provides the same services. And then Ravenswood Family Health Network is requesting money to build an accessible ramp or replace an accessible ramp. And while we're not able to meet the maximum request by each of these agencies, it's staff's understanding that the programs would still go forward, that these agencies have other funding resources to support their programs. Okay, this process requires public hearings for at least 2 public hearings. That obligation was met with a public hearing before the, Human Relations Commission. I think I said Human Resources before. Human Relations Commission, and which was followed by a public comment period. And then this meeting this evening serves as the second required hearing. If endorsed by council, staff would submit it to Housing and Urban Development. So again, this is the motion that is recommended for the council. And with that, Mayor, I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go and hear the public comment.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, the CDBG funding, please raise your hand at this time. At this time, we have one speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. So according to the staff report, which I agree with, the purpose of these funds are to assist low-income people, and especially with matters that are urgent. Again, this is a HUD grant, and HUD historically is focused on housing. Now, as you know, because I do believe you know, Palo Alto is experiencing an urgent and unprecedented crisis of lack of affordable housing, especially for the category of lowest income workers, many of whom are actually essential workers. So, and for that category, there's actually only one home per almost 8 very low income workers in Palo Alto. This is an urgent crisis if we've ever seen one. Now, granted, the size of this grant is not large enough to actually build any housing, but I saw a couple line items of so-called quote administrative unquote uses of this money, which I object to entirely because for sure you all have budget to cover your own administrative costs, but perhaps we could use those administrative expenses in order to fund a role that exists in every other city except for Palo Alto or city of our size. That is an Office of Affordable Housing. That Office of Affordable Housing could actually be a huge revenue producer for the city of Palo Alto because the person who runs that office could do what, for example, the Mountain View person who runs their Office of Affordable Housing does, which leads the formation of applications for grants for example, the Home Key program, which, as you know, has $1.5 billion to give away. So I'm not asking for changes as much as I'm asking for clarification for use of the administrative money to go to fund an Office of Affordable Housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, we have no further speakers.
Okay. Bring it back to council for discussion, motions. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Downtown Streets Team, the Workforce Development Program, what type of, do you have an idea what, in their application, what kind of workforce development program are they working? Is this money going to be for? Is there going to be admin, administration? I mean, I still have a concern that, in terms of past reporting and refusal of providing reports to us. And I think I still have a colleague's memo out on this too. So help me understand, how is it that, is this their regular round of asking for money again since the last time they've asked for funding?
John, you're still on mute.
Yes, so the funding here is requested for personnel costs, case managers, employment development specialists, others, so some staffing associated with the Downtown Streets program itself. There's other associated costs that include, supplies, printing, just, running the operation, rent, utilities, insurance. And so, that's the Downtown Streets program that I think you're familiar with. That's what this money would go to support.
And if I could add, Councilmember Koo, to your other point regarding a colleague's memo, following the last council action, I believe we have one still pending follow-up to report the council on results of the prior administrative law judge action. In addition, we have been in touch with Downtown Streets. We have been expecting some additional information from the organization reflecting an update on their both information provided as well as next steps going forward as an organization. But again, we do not know exactly when that's going to be forthcoming. We have been in communication with them, but we'll provide some information as soon as it's available.
And City Manager, so our contract with them was only for for 1 year, right? If I remember correctly, is that good? When is that ending?
I believe that's correct. And let's see, I believe that year started, was it in December or somewhere thereabouts?
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that response. And then with regard to the administration costs, you know, what you mentioned, Mr. Late, the 90,000 is what staff had requested, right? Put in the request for administration. So that extra 9,000 that is listed that HRC provided, is that going to hamper anything with administration?
No, I mean, it's 9,000. So what this money goes to is it supports the staff individual who runs the very program that we're talking about, right? It's the reports, it's the outreach, all the different efforts that are involved in that. And that's roughly a half-time, FTE. And so with the CARES funding this year, the program exploded and there was a lot more demand on the program. And so we've been needing to put more hours into that program. And so this will help us with those costs because there will be some sort of residual with that. But there's also some consultant work that we need from time to time. And so that money would be used to help us with our program, not only the staff that goes along with it, but the printing and the noticing and all the things that we also need to do.
But that's your 90,000 that you requested. The 90,000 would be sufficient to address everything you listed, or is that 9,000?
Yeah, that is, so I don't have it dialed down to I think the 90,000 covers our FTE employee and maybe a little bit of money for consultants. But again, it's it was a big year last year.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and jump in just to say that this item we're really only looking at the CDBG funds. I am concerned about unmet needs after this year pandemic. And, on the public services category, we were limited to 80,000 under this source of funds. When we get to the budget and we start to talk about the American Recovery Funds, relief funds, hopefully we'll redirect some funds that meet some of these unmet needs. And I think that the request was about 120,000 unmet, and also just understanding if there are other unmet needs in human services. But so that said, under the scope of this item and with the constraints of these categories, just to get things moving, I'll go ahead and move the staff motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So I think I spoke to the comment. I mean, we really are constrained and we have to apply these money in certain categories. And I think the HRC did a great job of doing that allocation this year. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I served on the CDBG subcommittee multiple times while I served on the Human Relations Commission. It's a lot of work. It's a big lift, especially for a volunteer commission taking on this. And so I applaud the Human Relations Commission and especially the CDBG subcommittee that put in the time and the effort to be able to do this for our underserved communities. And I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. The limitations on how we spend this money can be a difficult thing and a frustrating process sometimes from the outside for those who don't fully understand the restrictions that are in place. But looking through the applications and the staff report and the supplemental materials, looks like the HRC did a great job. But I'm proud to second the motion. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Tanaka.
A few questions. On the increase for the administration costs for the city, I guess, why is it going up? I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, so we have, because of the CARES Act, there's a lot of program dollars that were allocated, and there's going to be an ongoing work to follow up with some of that. But the requirements also have become more intensive, and so it just requires more staff work is all. And so our, ask again for the HRC's recommendation, which, staff supports, but we did not initially ask for, that $9,000 would help us defray costs that we might otherwise have to utilize the general fund to support. So it's just a question of where do we get our money from to run. Is it through the federal program that authorizes this, or do we use our general fund dollars to support the program? And so that's a policy call for the council, of course, if you choose to put the dollars somewhere else.
Because the overall funding is going down, right? But it looks like the percentage of administration is going up as a result, right?
So again, we're funding a full a half-time employee, and we have some other costs that we have. It's pretty consistent with what we've asked for before. So what the HRC did is since we weren't reaching the 20% cap, and they understood sort of the fiscal constraints that we have with the budget, they thought, and I believe appropriately so, that rather than use money, general fund dollars, use the money that's available via the CDBG program. So I mean, that again, that's
that's one way. That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is because there's less dollars going out, and we're keeping the amount of overhead the same. The percentage of overhead is increasing as a result. And so what we're doing is we're taking money out of the CBG, which is probably better than taking out the general fund. So I would agree with that. But it also makes me wonder, can we reduce the amount of overhead given that the dollar size for the programs are less? And there's probably less work to do as a result.
Yeah, so I just want to dispense with that. There's more work that we have as a result of this program. And frankly, the halftime FTE that we have with this program, it doesn't always get us to the finish line. In fact, we have to rely on consultant monies. And in other years, our department has had consultant resources available to us. But with last year's budget cuts and the budget cuts coming this year, we just don't have that kind of depth anymore we used to. And so it's really just a function of how do we pay for the program? Again, the federal dollars that are available to us, or if we need to tap into the general fund.
Okay, you can't scale the dollars with the amount. I mean, you can't scale the administration with the amount of dollars being spent.
No. I mean, if that were the case, then can you imagine what our budget would have been with the hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional CARES Act funding that we received? I mean, it would be extraordinary. It's a set of requirements to meet for the noticing, for the reaching out to the different organizations. It's labor intensive to do this work, and we believe
Okay,
it's.
let me ask one second question because I'm running out of time here. So where is this Ravenswood ramp located?
The facility itself. I'm going to ask Claire Campbell, who's watching, to see if she can't help me out, help place the specific location of the proposed ramp. See, Claire, if you're
Give me a moment to look it up, and I'll be right with you.
Great. So we'll look into that, council member.
Okay, that's my question. So.
So, well, Mayor, I don't know if there's other questions that we can work on while that one is.
Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting to unmute. I was just saying that. So, Councilmember Cormack, why don't you go ahead and then just interrupt when you get the answer?
Please, yes. Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I just wanted to align myself with Councilmember Stone's comments. We actually heard during the board commission application interviews last week from one of the people who was participating on this subcommittee how much work it is. I just want to note that I appreciate how well the HRC is working together. And I'm guessing the ramp is at the courthouse, but the courthouse, but well, it'd be interesting to hear if that's the answer on Sherman.
So I do have an address. It's 270 Grant Avenue.
Also the courthouse, I think, or across the street. Okay, Councilmember Koo.
I am remiss not to thank the HRC for all the work that they put into this. So I just wanted to mention that, and thanks to Councilmember Stone and Councilmember Cormack for bringing that up. I do know that my HRC buddy liaison had mentioned that the subcommittee did put a lot of work into this. So thank you. And I'll be supporting the motion.
Great. Not seeing any of their hands. Let's go ahead and vote on this. Starting with Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth
Yes.
and Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
All right, that passes on a 7-0 vote. I'm going to suggest we take a second 10-minute break. And then just so you understand that we're going to go into the budget item. We're going to try to keep it to 1 hour. So basically it's meant to be a high-level introduction. Staff will do a presentation. We'll do a round of comments, and then we'll move on to the last item. So I'll see everybody in 10 minutes or 11:22.
8:22 in this time zone.
Yes. So council members, if you're back, please turn on your camera. Okay.
Get the message here, Tom. It says the host has disabled my video.
Yeah, it's tired of looking at you. No.
So am I. Most people are that way.
I have no idea what's going on, but all right. So
There we
you're
go.
here. There you are.
There we go.
All right, let's go ahead and proceed. Looks like we got everybody. So again, we're going to try to keep this to an hour. Partially will depend on public comment, but go ahead, Ms. Nose.
Actually, I think I'll lead this off.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. All right, great. We get our PowerPoint fired up. Also, just want to acknowledge, just for the purpose of context, that this is an annual step in the city's budget process in a normal year. And as we all know, this is anything but a normal year, but this would nonetheless be the formal transmittal of the proposed budget from the city manager as required by city charter to the city council, and kicks off the annual public discussion of priorities and budget allocations for the fiscal year that will begin on July 1st. So that said, again, this being anything but a normal year, let me start off by acknowledging the communications and concerns that the City Council has started to receive from a number of community members reflecting concerns about what either have been observed or perhaps have been rumored to be part of the proposed budget, and that are raising concerns with potential reductions in ongoing programs. Clearly, the council is well aware of these issues. The council has been wrestling with the fiscal impacts of the pandemic since the very beginning, more than a year ago. And the reductions that the council needed to grapple with last fiscal year, just a little later than this time last year, are very familiar, and at the same time were recognized at that point in time as being somewhat hidden from the community, in that we were in a shelter-in-place environment, and as such, aside from public safety issues that were clearly in the forefront, but nonetheless very different from a normal year, that many of the reductions that the city needed to take in the face of the significant economic impacts of the pandemic were, again, somewhat hidden from the community at large. But nonetheless, the council, and as a part of our process, we have no choice but to address the fiscal realities that are reflected in our revenue and expense equations. On behalf of staff, in looking at the binders that are now in circulation and online, we really wish we had better proposals for the City Council to consider. And by all means, that we really regret having to bring forward discussions of program cuts, of resource reductions, and the impacts that we know that that has throughout the community for really, in many cases, endeared programs that are greatly valued by many members of our community. Nonetheless, we are meeting our charter obligations to bring forward a budget that is balanced, and again, that reflects recognition of expected revenues, expected expenses, and the services that can be provided as a result. Now, as a part of the proposed budget that we'll walk through in greater detail in a minute, we have identified some unallocated resources that can be used for targeted priorities and what might be considered restorations of some of the proposals that have been identified for near-term cuts. That said, to the extent that they are reliant on one-time revenue, in particular the American Rescue Plan, we know that in effect we are living on borrowed time. And those are a one-time infusion of funds, potentially over 2 years, in which the additional funding can be brought into meeting the needs and priorities for the Palo Alto community, but that once again, on a longer term basis, we know cannot be sustained and will need further rebalancing of either our economic conditions through economic revitalization, or revenue and expense changes that, again, maintain the balance on a year-to-year basis. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into the particulars. Okay, first off, and just as perhaps the elevator version of this, that the proposed budget that we're bringing forward addresses the community's immediate needs while recognizing that we will and certainly would like to restore services and adapt and scale back as the recovery takes shape and as revenues come into the city. The council, and leading up to this proposed budget, directed staff to use the long-range financial forecast scenario B, or a moderate growth scenario in the recovery out of the pandemic, and that recovery could take a 3 to 5 year period. This does follow this really extraordinary year, and that the balancing strategies that have been incorporated into this budget for the long term, quite frankly, are not sustainable. And we recognize that the cuts that we've had to recommend here really would need to be rebalanced, reconsidered if we were to need to maintain this reduced level of resources for the long term. It's simply virtue of the fact that we need to make these cuts now in order to reflect the fiscal situation that we are currently in. Then finally, that this does allow us, while a small window, an important window for the council and the community at large to consider what are the most effective means of restoring services and that have the greatest impact on meeting the priorities for this community. Next slide, please. So just really quickly to recap what we've all lived through over the last year. Back in the early months of the pandemic, the city did take immediate action to rebalance and address an approximately $40 million decline in our revenues, primarily and specifically sales tax and hotel tax, which prior to the pandemic was enviable among other cities to the extent that Palo Alto had those revenue sources. Now, given the severe impacts that have hit local businesses, that correspondingly sales tax and hotel taxes have really been significantly impacted. The significant efforts since underway have been accomplished and required major changes in the way services have been delivered in this shelter-in-place environment, as well as the additional costs associated with providing services during the pandemic and while ensuring safety of our employees that are delivering the services. This budget that we'll be discussing here tonight is the next phase of how best to continue to deliver services and allocate the city's constrained resources in what you expect to be the next normal, such as it is, and as we see hopefully the economy recover. First, the balancing actions do reflect significant reductions in both services as well as the capital improvement program in order to reflect the current resources and meet our obligations to ensure that the city is fiscally solvent for the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide, please. So here's kind of in a nutshell, the math behind the revenue or the funding gap and the means by which to fill that gap. In terms of direct impacts from COVID-19, noted sales and hotel taxes, related revenue sources, that in total have contributed roughly a $5 million gap in the estimated upcoming fiscal year. In addition, there is an additional $8.4 million that is attributable to ongoing litigation, specifically litigation related to a transfer from utilities to the general fund, totaling more than $13 million. That's the gap that we currently have forecasted for the upcoming fiscal year. In order to close that gap, there is in the proposed budget, both the operating and the capital budget, a combination of service reductions and capital improvement program reductions totaling $7.7 million. There In addition, a number of smaller contributions to filling that gap, program-specific reserves, labor concessions, which are also a key component of the strategy getting into the next fiscal year, and then finally the use of ARPA, or the American Rescue Plan Act, that again over 2 years will generate $12 million. We've allocated here 3.2 for the budget balancing strategy. You see over to the right an additional $3 million that is unallocated at this time, so that the council, as you go through discussions and the finance committee considers prioritization and where best to balance the resource allocation, provides an unallocated basis for that discussion. And then finally, we've provided $4 million in what we've called Tier 2 service reductions, which are additional options that the Finance Committee and the Council can consider, discuss, that could be used to trade off the proposed budget recommendations. Next slide, please. Then I'll just quickly do a preview of what's coming up, and then I'll ask our Interim Assistant City Manager, Kylie Noze, and Administrative Services Director to walk through a little more specificity the elements of the budget. So coming up over the next week, 2 weeks, the Finance Committee will begin your discussion tomorrow on the budget and some of the trade-offs and options and alternatives for consideration. The council will hear again reports out on the 17th of May, and to provide guidance for the 25th budget deliberations. And then we have a public town hall meeting scheduled for this Thursday. Then on the 25th, Finance Committee will be presenting its report out on the recommendations based upon their very detailed review. And then finally, with the final adjustments, we expect to come back to the council for your adoption of the budget on June 21st. So with that, Ms. Noze, please proceed.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Good evening, Council. Kylie Noze, Administrative Services Director. We're next going to dive into the details on the general fund. And a little bit more specifically what makes up the general fund and what's proposed within this budget. So this FY22 budget proposes revenues of $205.6 million. For context, that's down about 9% from pre-COVID levels, probably about 2019. And this is obviously up from last year's bottom levels, or I guess this year, FY21's low levels of revenues due to COVID. So our three largest sources are typically property tax, sales tax, and TOT. Prior to COVID, you'll see on this kind of donut chart, those are the three on the far right. Prior to COVID, those would have taken up 50% of this table. As you can see now, as a result of the pandemic, property tax growth has stalled, and obviously sales tax and TOT are down. Again, context, TOT is 67% below pre-pandemic levels, even though this does account for the fact that 2 new hotels are intended to come online prior to the post-pandemic period of time. And then sales tax is still down 23% compared to pre-COVID levels. Again, all of these revenue estimates are in line with the long-range financial forecasts that assume the 3 to 5 year recovery period. Also, the City Manager Shikata noted the transfer to the utility. Just for reference, that revenue source to the general fund is in the gray category, all other revenues, and it's actually about 33% of that all other revenue category. And the portion that's in question is a component of that. So where does that $205 million go? The $205 million goes to the delivery of services to the community. You can see the vast majority of our funding goes towards public safety and community and library services. So more than 50% of our funding goes towards those two service areas. Those service areas are community services, library, police, fire, and Office of Emergency Services. Again, for context, if you were to take the three largest departments,
public safety being police, fire, and community services. Those three would have been 50% of this table pre-pandemic times. So you can see that we're trying to adjust expenses with the revenue side of things, but obviously with the reduction in resources, so too we have a contraction in our available funds for services. Just another kind of standard, where are we at, where have we been? This is the history of our staffing. So the gray bars you can see are citywide total staffing, and the green line going through it is our general fund staffing levels. So you can see going back all the way to 2002 to 2022, our staffing levels have been on the decline actually across all funds, whether it be general fund or enterprise fund. And the big discrepancy between general fund and all funds, bear in mind, is the difference between our enterprise funds. So we do have a significant number of staff in our enterprise funds that deliver services like fiber, electric, gas, wastewater, and the like. So we are actually now citywide below 1,000 FTE and about 490 in the general fund. So when we take a step back and look globally at the transactions that City Manager Shikata went through, there's some central things that are happening across this. Transfer to the capital fund is down 67.7% and from pre-pandemic levels. And ultimately, as part of this balanced budget is 9.7 million. Of that 9.7 million, remember the council has dedicated a portion of the TOT by policy towards infrastructure investments. So once you take out that TOT aspect of it, there's only about $2.6 million of general fund revenues going to CIP. We'll see that further in later slides. We do have a hold in this strategy for 1.6 million, or citywide 2.5 million, in concessions from the city's labor groups in the general fund. It is extraordinarily important to note that the city cannot make these savings and take these savings unilaterally. These require combined relationships with our bargaining groups that we are in ongoing discussions with, but would need to be reached upon mutual agreement. So this is an outstanding variable that we would need to continue to monitor through this process. Additional pension and post-employment benefits, something we heard loud and clear from this council and in prior councils, is to continue to address our long-term liabilities. So this proposed budget does continue to proactively fund both pension and OPEB trusts. And internally, within just our normal course of business, we continue our hiring freeze and freezing all non-essential travel. This budget has basically eliminated, between last year and this year, current vacancies. And obviously, service reductions are occurring across the organization, especially in terms of walk-in hours and the like. So next, we're going to go through the ARPA and the tier 2, and then we'll move through the service areas. So again, on that citywide global perspective, we do have the one-time federal funding, American Rescue Plan Act, that is an allocation of 12.5 million over a 2-year period of time. So this budget identifies 50% of it, 6.25 million, and 3.2 million of that is set aside for the council's allocation as part of this budget process. Tier 2 is not recommended in the proposed balancing strategy, however, are really available for alternative proposals in the event that the city faces a number of, frankly, unknown variables at this point in time. So more severe economic uncertainties, not reaching agreement with labor. If council chooses not to allocate the ARPA funds or wants alternatives to the current proposed balancing strategy. Or something to note is our budget stabilization reserve does remain below the target level of 18.5%. It's currently at 17.4. Okay, we'll go through the operating budget service impacts at this point. And the thing to remember is these reductions that we're outlining next are on top of those reductions that were already taken in FY 2021. So this is a combined aspect. So in addition to what we've articulated as, or what the council approved as part of the 2021 adopted budget, we'd be looking at further reducing operating hours at the program at the Art Center, things like the Coverly Artist Studio program, We're looking at reductions in the marketing funding for the Enjoy catalog and JMZ, which is scheduled to open in October 2021. Re-looking at fees and trying to align cost recovery levels to the extent possible. Offsetting some of our services with either revenue or donations that are allocated for those reasons. Supporting Foothills now that it's open to all, and restoring that Foothills supervising ranger that helped offset by the fees that have been instituted. And in library, it allocates, or rather goes to close the neighborhood libraries, focusing services at the two main libraries. So that would be at Rinconada and Mitchell, which would be open 7 days a week. As for the accessibility of those materials in downtown children's and college terrace libraries, about 75% or up to the libraries, the children's library collection would be moved to Rinconada Library. It's about 0.3 miles away, I think. And then also we are looking at installing hold machines in the downtown and college terrace libraries so that citizens could, or people with library cards could go to those hold machines and pick up materials at their leisure. Public safety, a further reduction to patrol staffing in addition to what was done last year will essentially eliminate any specialized units and further reduce their investigation staffing. Rounding out the staffing model at Fire Station 2, which is when a station will be staffed without mandatory backfill. And with that is also a recommended adaptation to how the city responds to fire alarms. Reducing crossing guard services by 50%. And this would maintain services only at high traffic intersections that are part of common routes to schools. And then lastly, in public safety, eliminating and reducing the system maintenance in the intrusion detection system. Planning and transportation, as you heard from Director Late just a minute ago, we continue to dwindle down our contractual services, which is causing delays and may cause resource gaps for different projects and reducing our current planning. So we will have timeliness and delays in permitting issuances, the bike program and responses for transportation related to 311 notifications, as well as some of the traffic data services contracts. And we would be implementing LPRs, obviously for efficiencies in parking enforcement, and initiate a paid parking program in the future to increase revenues. Okay, infrastructure and the environment. We would take another cut at the reduced facilities maintenance and traffic control maintenance and repairs. For those who will recall, we already took a reduction in facility maintenance last year. So this would be in addition to that. And for utilities, as well as enterprise funds, we would maintain minimal rate increases for the next year to the extent possible. Often last and often forgotten, but super important, internal services and appointees. These are all the support services to help all of the frontline departments deliver those services. So reduction in these areas are going to essentially result in continuing increasing timeframes for assistance for things like recruitment, procurement, and overall an increase to risk as we reduce our management and oversight and checks and balances. Technology solutions will essentially be contained to those that are needed to support existing equipment and our central systems at this point. In tier 2, so as we talked about, areas that are not included in the proposed balancing strategy are obviously more severe reductions. And those are things like full closures of facilities and or elimination of programs. So in tier 2, you'll find outlining essentially closing neighborhood libraries, including the ability to put holds on libraries, on materials, I'm sorry, to pick them up at those locations. And all services would be focused on the two main libraries. Closing of a fire station, so that means not a brownout, but a full closure. And then another example is a closure of the children's theater. Additional public safety personnel, which would bring our detectives down to probably 2 of what used to be maybe 10. Additional long-range planning staff. These are the staff that are working on things like our housing work, in-house sidewalk repair and maintenance, parks and open space maintenance. This is after a pretty significant reduction last year of, I think, about 50%. reductions to human services contracts and grants. So that's often referred to as his wrap. And then further reductions in citywide and administrative support, such as human resources and others. So what's not included in what we just went through are all the other funds in the city's budget, which is large. And so across all funds, this proposed budget in front of the council and the finance committee does include actions for other areas, such as parking funds, the community development block grants that the council just reviewed and approved, allocations for funds like the Stanford University Medical Fund, enterprise funds, super important on here. Enterprise funds is where things like some of the newer projects from council like fiber to the home are funded out of, as well as our normal utility operations. And then the proposed rate changes that have already been through the finance committee once on April 6th are to the far right. And so you can see that most of them are staying within the 0 to 3% range. And overall, the monthly bill would be estimated to raise by 1.4%. So all that being said, I think we'll turn it back over to our city manager, Shikata, to go through our capital improvement budget.
Thank you, Director Lindsay. Okay, so just a few summary slides on the capital improvement program or construction program, primarily, as the council well knows. As Director Lindsay pointed out, most of the presentation this evening focuses on the general fund. I just have a couple of slides to put that in some context here for the capital improvement program. Just want to make a distinction that the documents you have include both this 5-year plan as well as a 1-year budget. And so as it relates to the 5-year plan, these two pie charts point out that the general fund is actually one piece, a large piece, but simply just one piece of a larger capital program. In this case, let's say on the left, we're showing the fund types of capital program project funds, largely general fund, but also including a number of other funding sources, and the light blue being the enterprise funds or typically utility funds that are used for the program. Notable as you look at the change on a year-to-year basis down in that gray box down below, key figures here that last year's program was at $772 million for this 5-year plan. And in the proposed budget, reduction significantly of roughly 50 million to 727 million over the course of 5 years. Then turning to the 1-year budget, it's a reduction from 300 million last year to basically in half, 153 million in the proposed budget. Next slide, please. Also, just to put a bit of a fine point in the components of the general fund contributions to the capital improvement program, we're showing here with these bar charts, starting with fiscal year 2018 on the left to fiscal year 22 in the current proposed. So between 18, 19, and 2020, you can see relatively large contributions of the green, which is the base transfer, largely, again, general fund transfer, and just to segregate a portion of the general fund, the TOT or hotel tax contribution. So between 18, 19, and 20, you can see the rough allocations in the order of $20 to $25 million that are contributed to the capital improvement program each of those last 3 years, or prior 3 years prior to COVID, really. In the current fiscal year, the second to the right bar, we've got the current fiscal year estimate, and that total about $5 million with the combination of the two. Again, the general purpose, general fund transfer, base transfer, and the hotel tax component. In the proposed budget that you've now received for FY22, the base transfer remains at about $2.5 million and a slightly larger contribution from the TOT or the hotel tax. But again, notable that the general fund components, aside from the TOT, the green bars, are significantly smaller in both the year we're in currently and the upcoming year. Next slide, please. All right, and then perhaps just to give you a sense of the overall allocations of how the general fund contributes to the overall capital improvement program. This really just gives you a sense of all of the different types of funds that need to really be matched up in order to ensure that the types of projects that are implemented meet the requirements of the funding sources. Notable here in this pie chart, the dark gray is transfer from the general fund, which again reflects a substantial portion, but still a minority portion of the overall funding for the capital improvement program. The largest being fund balance carryover from prior years, which to a certain extent carry some of the same proportionality of the remainder of the pie. The other major component to the capital improvement program is the light or the medium blue slice, which is revenue from other agencies representing grants or other restricted funding sources, and then smaller slices including impact fees, the Stanford University Medical Center, and the like. So again, the key message here is a recognition of, say the color of money, and that the dollars into the capital improvement program oftentimes have strings that restrict how they can be used and the types of projects or specific projects that the funding must be used on. Not unlike the discussion you just had on Alma and Churchill. Next slide, please. And so with that, I'll just go ahead and wrap. Let me just close by noting the upcoming sessions that we have for further discussions with community members of the proposed budget. Let me just end where we started by acknowledging that this is anything but a normal year. And quite frankly, on behalf of your entire professional staff and the team that has put together this voluminous proposal that will allow you to consider and debate and change as you see fit, that we really wish we had better proposals to bring forward. But nonetheless, we have met our charter obligations and look forward to your discussion and your direction. With that, Mayor Du Bois, back to you.
Great, thank you for that. Let's go to the public and see a few hands up there, and then we'll come back to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, the proposed budget, please raise your hand at this time. Our first speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Lydia Callahan and then Faye Weiss. Jonathan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm first? Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I wanted to speak in support of the arts programs, which have not only already received cuts due to the pandemic, but of course things have been shut down for the last year. There have been no performances, no artist studios to go to, no art exhibits to go to. Libraries are finally just reopening now. And the idea that we would start keep things closed down, this is the time that we really need to bring the community together. And in fact, I think now is the perfect time. The Children's Theater used to do many more performances than it does now. And about a dozen years ago, I think the council directed them to do more classes for fee recovery and less performances. So I think now is the time to think about turning it more to a performance basis. And so we can bring in more participants and reach more audience members. And the Children's Theater has an outdoor stage, so it's a perfect time to be able to use that. And we need to look about how we can bring people together, in places, in the same place, because people want this. People want it. You can't replace professional staff with amateurs and expect things to be the same level of quality. You don't fire the people who work in the cafeteria at the school and then expect the teachers to chip in, making lunches. Certainly, I hope nobody is under the illusion at libraries that the people who check out books are the librarians, and if you can automate the checking out of books, you don't need librarians. It is important that education and culture are super important, especially to our children who've already had a very difficult year. We should give them as many opportunities as they possibly can. And we've already, cutting funding is done. Don't cut the staff members who really make the difference in people's lives, because you never know what that seed is going to become until many years later. So give it the opportunity to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And we'll be taking speakers for another 2 minutes. Our next speaker is Lydia Callahan, to be followed by Faye Weiss, and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Lydia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. I'm Lydia Callahan, the mother of 16-year-old twin girls, and I also serve on the board of the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater. The theater is a treasure in our city. It is nationally recognized, having won a grant from the NEA. It is groundbreaking, having recently collaborated with Stanford on an innovative program at the intersection of theater and technology. However, most important, our theater is beloved by our community. As you've heard before in other meetings, the theater is a special place for children struggling with mental health challenges. This was the case for my children too. For many kids struggling with anxiety and depression, the theater is the only activity that brings them joy and hope. We know this at the theater because many parents have shared their stories of the life-altering impact it has had on their children. And now more than ever, our community needs this important resource. According to the Centers for Disease Control, during COVID, mental health-related emergency room visits increased 24% for children aged 5 to 11 and 31% for children aged 12 through 17. Finally, I want to raise another question that I urge the council to reflect upon. The theater is extremely fortunate to be led by an eminently qualified African-American man, Judge Lucky. Judge graduated from the University of Michigan's Performing Arts program, which is consistently rated the top theater program in the country. Before joining us, he had a long and successful career in theater and television. Most important, he is beloved by both parents and children for his talent and dedication. The stellar productions he directs are so popular that we parents have to jump online the day tickets go on sale because the weekend performances sell out immediately. Throughout our nation, nonprofits, government entities, and corporate America are struggling to improve diversity in their staff. So it is extremely perplexing to many of us that the only community service slated for complete elimination under the Tier 2 reduction plan is the only one run by an African-American man who is also uniquely qualified, talented, and esteemed. Thank you all for your public service and consideration.
Thank you, Lydia. Our next speaker is Faye Weiss, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Amy Hope Brown. Faye, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Faye Weiss. I'm a sophomore in high school, and the Palo Alto Children's Theater has taught me so many important life lessons and executive functioning skills that I've used to direct myself in school and will definitely use in my career. One of the reasons why theater kids are so unique is because theater teaches us to move past our fears of being judged and take down those barriers that limit us from our expression and creativity, which is something that many adolescents struggle with. Learning how to be comfortable in my own skin has been a huge part of my development, which I can attribute to theater. One thing I've learned as a performer is to share my joy of theater with the audience. That is what makes theater so magical. It is a valuable gift, and I would hate for our community to lose that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faye. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Amy Hope Brown, and then Juliana St. Peters. We are no longer taking speakers, so our last speaker will be Katie Brown. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
The city manager's report lacks integrity, honesty, and courage. While far less wealthy cities like Redwood City and Mountain View, even East Palo Alto, are reporting positive budget news and even budget surpluses, here in the wealthiest city in the country, we're operating on a deficit. What is different between Palo Alto and every other city? Well, we're the only city in the country with our level of business presence, not to tax our largest and wealthiest businesses at all. In other words, you continue to pile on budget cuts on our residents, especially the most vulnerable, children, seniors, the disabled, because you refuse to tax the billionaires that have been giving you campaign contributions and exploiting our town. This is anything but a normal year, Mr. Shikata says, and that's exactly right. This past year has been so unusual that the city of Palo Alto, the county of Santa Clara, and the state of California have declared states of emergency. Those states of emergency have made it possible to make it much to speed up the process of enacting new business taxes. San Francisco did exactly that, a very, very different city. But what's interesting about San Francisco, Mountain View, and East Palo Alto's business taxes is that no one fought them, not even the large businesses. The most applicable new business tax that has been lauded across the country, if not world, is this tax called the overpaid CEO tax. That tax is expected to generate approximately $300 million in San Francisco alone. Here in Palo Alto, it would generate more. It's for companies, please let me finish the sentence. For companies whose CEOs or top executives are paid more than 100 times more than the median worker, the taxes charged based on the disparity. Think of Tesla. Elon Musk, according to Bloomberg, made $140 billion in year 2020. Palo Alto should be enjoying part of that success like every other city does. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Amy Hope Brown, to be followed by Juliana St. Peters and then Jeremy Ehrman. Amy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
This is Kyle Brown for Amy. She asked me to speak on her behalf. We're both from the Bay Area. Amy grew up here in Palo Alto. I grew up in Piedmont. We've lived all over the country. And 10 years ago, we moved from Denver to Palo Alto. And our daughter, Katie, was 8 at the time, and her younger sister was 4, Sophie. And they found the Palo Alto Children's Theater. It was a miracle. They spent all of their time being involved in productions, and they learned how to be on stage. They learned how to help other actors. They learned how to do makeup, and it was a godsend. It ended up in Katie's senior year. She and one of her fellow students, they ended up writing their own musical that was performed at Gunn High School. You have a lot to be proud of for the last 90 years that this has been in business. It just seems remarkable that it isn't better funded or better supported, or as the last speaker, Rebecca, said, where is the support from the community wealth that is Palo Alto? Katie is now a freshman at Pace University in New York. She's in a special directing program. None of that would have been possible if it hadn't been for the Palo Alto Children's Theater. And our youngest daughter has been in multiple stages and gotten over stage fright and done a lot of the hot dog shows and absolutely loved it. It's a wonderful collection of people, and it's kind of hard to imagine that after 90 years, it's facing this much stress, this much pressure financially. There has to be a better way to finance this than what's happening right now. We appreciate all of the effort that all you people and family members have put in. This has got to survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Our next speaker is Juliana St. Peter, then Jeremy Ehrman, and then Jim, and I know I'll mess up your last name. We'll just go by Jim. Juliana, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Juliana, and I'm 12 years old, and I got involved with the Palo Alto Children's Theater when I was 10. Honestly, it wasn't my idea. My mama had come to me and said that there was an outreach play at my school and asked me if I wanted to try out for a part. I was very quick to say no. It was enough that I was the new kid in school, and I was still trying to get used to it and make some friends. I was very uncertain and shaky enough. Adding drama to the mix was not what I wanted to do. One thing I was not nervous about, though, was my fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Ondo. I loved her and still do, and would do anything for her. So, of course, she asked me if I wanted to do the play. So I said yes. Well, the outreach play was Alice in Wonderland, and I got the part of the White Rabbit. We worked on it for about a month or so, but it was enough for me to fall in love with acting. Since then, I've been in 3 other plays, all children's theater, playing roles from Ensemble and Hunk to A Caterpillar in the Tales of the Chinese Zodiac to Clara and the Nutcracker. When I am not on stage, I'm volunteering as an usher or selling popcorn. Anything I can do to be at the theater. I found my people and my place, and I really don't want to let go. The theater doesn't just serve the community by providing entertainment. It is a safe place for kids to hang out during the summer, and it is a place for families to gather and celebrate the accomplishments of their kids. And it is a business that gives back to the community in so many ways. You are cutting funding for a theater that has been around for decades. It has brought children together from all walks of life in so many cultures. We have gained knowledge, confidence, and friendships just from spending time there. We don't just learn how to act, usher, and run lights. We learn how to be responsible, what it feels like to be depended upon, and to be part of a team. And they don't only choose actors, they see every kid's worth, including my sisters, who is super shy. They saw her and gave her a job on makeup and costumes. And now she's making her own costumes, types that adults would make in real movies. And this started because of the theater. So please don't cut the funding and maybe return a little bit that you already cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Jim and then Lisa Travato. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
With all due respect, this does not look like a budget to me. This looks like a massacre of the city's programs for children, teens, and families. The city staff presents this very dispassionately, as if they're simply balancing the budget and these cuts have to be made. But if cuts have to be made, it doesn't have to be these cuts. And these cuts are not simply something that has to be done as put out here. They reflect the opinions and ideas of the staff that put them forth. And I'm afraid to say I don't think that these cuts and the priorities behind them reflect the will of the people of Palo Alto and those who live and work and travel here. Children's emotional well-being and education and social development have been one of the top issues of concern across the whole world during the pandemic. And Palo Alto essentially is saying, wow, just at the moment when things might open up. In fact, the governor said that he expects to maybe lift restrictions next month in June. In June. This budget would go into effect in July. So right in the middle of the summer, just when it is possible that these programs might return for the first time in over a year, the city is saying, well, we don't need them. We have to cut them all to keep things, fiscally sound. I just think that's outrageous. I mean, where's the priorities? There's no sense here that the city staff even knows what these programs are, how they function. For example, the idea of closing children's library completely to the public is absurd. It's not a neighborhood library, as the city staff has now decided to label it. It is the only children's library, I believe, in the whole Bay Area. It is unique. People come from all over to visit it. So to say it's simply a neighborhood library that you have to close makes no sense. I mean, the Children's Theater, again, you've already reduced it by about 45% of its budget last year. Now you want to cut, another 15 to 30%? And also, this budget is apparently 4.4% larger than last year, but you're cutting even more. This makes no sense. You have to at least maintain the current funding levels. Otherwise, it's just dishonest. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Jim, to be followed by Lisa Travato and then Rena Kim. Jim, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, this is Jim. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. City Council members, I'm Jim Flaster, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Palo Alto Council of PTA's Traffic Safety Committee. And we'd like to voice our continued support for the Charleston Arrestadero Plan Phase 3 funding. Since Phase 1 and 2 improvements were in place for years now, they've been a welcome improvement for the safety of the pedestrians and bicyclists on the corridor, and also for the students that use the corridor during the school year, day in and day out. Phase 3 roadway improvements that are planned in the remaining segments of the Charleston-Arastradero corridor on Arastradero Road from Palos Avenue to El Camino Real, and West Charleston Road from El Camino Real to Alma Street, and also East Charleston Road from Middlefield to San Antonio Road. Two of the most dangerous intersections in the corridor, El Camino Real and Charleston Arastradero, and the Middlefield Charleston intersection, will receive much needed changes and improvements. These enhancements at those intersections will greatly enhance the safety and allow easier navigation for bikes and peds in the years to come. So immediate approval of funding should be done because this project's ready to go. Splitting up the project and starting bidding processes all over again deserves a full discussion on the implications of such things. If the council is looking to save money, it does not make sense to split this project in two, or even worse. This will create extra overhead, and construction costs will only increase as the economy picks up steam in the future. Over many years now, the corridor school site PTAs have consistently supported the Charleston-Arastradero project for safety for the students so that they can walk and ride safely to school. We urge you again to ensure funding is available for phase 3 this year as it was planned. Please allow the project to move forward without any delay. This way, the whole corridor will have continuous bike lanes and further unnecessary injury crashes can be prevented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Our next speaker is Lisa Travato, to be followed by Rena Kim and then Abby Lang. Lisa, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm the parent of another theater kid who loves Palo Alto Children's Theater. I'm also an avid volunteer for Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater, and if you've been to the theater within the last few years, I've definitely served you popcorn. I'd like to agree first with everything else that we're hearing from the other parents and theater participants in support of the Children's Theater. But I'd also like to just add a slightly different point of view, maybe something not quite as top of mind, which is that the theater is something really important in our community that builds connections within our community. And this is so important now because as we're emerging from this long period of social isolation, we're finding that we're confronted with even heightened divisiveness and otherness of other people that seems to be splintering connections between people more than ever. We need organizations funded like the Children's Theater that can bring people together across the community without regard to the neighborhood or their workplace or their school. The Children's Theater attracts families and youth participants from all over Palo Alto and neighboring towns. You wouldn't believe how far people will drive to get to the theater. And this is because of the theater's well-earned reputation for high quality productions and classes. And it's also because the theater is one of the only local youth theaters that doesn't require a burdensome fee to audition. So it's really open to everyone. And of course, this is thanks to city funding and the theater's own fundraising. And theater is special, it's different. Live theater gets people out of their silos, doing something that involves telling stories often about the others. Kids come together, they create, they perform, and imagine what it's like being someone else. Theater builds empathy. So to sum it up, the Children's Theater builds community, makes connections across diverse groups, and promotes empathy. We need these things more than ever. So please just keep this in mind when you're tackling the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Our next speaker is Rena Kim, to be followed by Abby Lang, and then Maura Uman, and our final speaker is Katie Brown. Rena, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm a student at Green Middle School, and I wanted to speak about the closing of the Children's Library. To start off, the Children's Library has provided many programs for children's literacy. The Children's Library has always been so kind and inclusive to PAUSD special needs students' families, always providing activities on Family Fun Day, even when the pandemic hit, going the extra mile to supply entertaining and creative activities that everyone could enjoy. My brother, who has special needs, expresses happiness with noises and is free to be himself at the Children's Library, and we're grateful that he can express his feelings without being judged or criticized, while he's required to be subdued and silenced at Mitchell Park in Rinconada. The Children's Library is a meaningful, safe, and essential place for all the children who live in Palo Alto, and I truly hope it stays open. Thank you for listening to my input, and I hope you reconsider your decision regarding the closure of the Children's Library.
Thank you, Rena. Our next speaker is Abby Lang, to be followed by Maura Uman, and our final speaker, Katie Brown. Abby, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Abby Lang. I'm 13, and I've been involved at the Palo Alto Children's Theater for almost 5 years. It was a place where I felt safe, where I could express myself, meet new people, learn new things and skills, and do something that I love. It's been a while since I've been able to be at the Children's Theater and be a part of the wonderful community there. But with cases going down, I was really looking forward to the theater reopening, and I hope that can still happen. Because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to see our friends, go to school, see family, do activities, and of course, we haven't been able to do theater. All of these things are starting to come back, and now I may not be able to do something that I love and is very important to me. These budget cuts would also take money from other extremely important programs in Palo Alto that help youth with physical and mental health and wellness. Many of these topics are not properly supported in schools, so programs like these are invaluable, especially right now after all that we've gone through. The theater is an important part of this. It is loved by the whole community, and there are so many wonderful staff members at the Children's Theater that made my experience memorable. Many people in Palo Alto enjoy the theater's shows, even if they don't have children in the program, but there wouldn't be much to see with further budget cuts. Many young children come to see the shows and are inspired to try out theater, and I hope that that opportunity will not be taken away from them. We've waited so long to finally get back to our normal lives, and for me and so many others, the Palo Alto Children's Theater is an important part of that. Please do not take this away from us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Abby. Our next speaker is Maura Oman, to be followed by our final speaker, Katie Brown. Maura, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Palo Alto City Council members. My name is Maura Uman. I'm a volunteer on a number of local boards, including the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation and the Mother Symposium. I'm also the Executive Director of Youth Community Service, YCS. However, today I speak as a mother of a teenager and a resident of Palo Alto. I urge the council to please not make the cuts being proposed in the 2021-22 city budget for children and youth programs that protect their emotional, mental, and physical health and wellness. As you heard today, a number of community services would suffer because of these cuts. Our beloved Children's Theater, our Children's Library, which is the oldest children's library in the country, and a number of community building programs and arts. I'd like to specifically talk about the teen programs, which will be cut, including eliminating of the teen programs and free family day programs at Rinconada Park, and also Youth Community Services mental health wellness program called Youth Connectedness Initiative, YCI, which since its inception in 2018 has been co-funded by the County of Santa Clara and the City of Palo Alto. The county has already extended the YCI contract for 2021-22 with the Behavioral Health Services Department to provide evidence-based YCI program that helps adolescents to develop social emotional learning as a suicide prevention tool. To continue the program at its current capacity, YCS would require both funding from the City of Palo Alto to support the money that is provided by the county. We know cuts may be needed, but our children and youth programs and services should not be sacrificed, especially this year when COVID-19 pandemic has taken a huge toll on our youth and children. There is a petition that parents have put together, and almost 100 supporters have already filled this out in just the last couple of hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maura. Our next speaker is Katie Brown, and our last speaker. Katie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm Katie Brown. I was a participant at the Palo Alto Children's Theater for over 10 years. The theater has always been a second home to me, and I don't know where I would be without it. The theater has given me numerous opportunities to express myself through the performing arts. I've learned so much about being a performer. I've participated in numerous productions, camps, and classes. But as I got older, the theater was still able to give me a platform to expand my knowledge of theater beyond performing. I've interned in the costume shop, worked behind the scenes, stage managed shows, and so much more. Besides theater, I have gained so many other skills like public speaking, confidence, overcoming anxiety, and learning to be myself. I've learned to communicate and work with young kids, peers my age, and adults. The theater has given me lifelong skills that I will use for the rest of my life. I just finished my freshman year at one of the best performing arts colleges in the country, pursuing a degree in theater directing. I would not be in this program and pursuing this career without the amazing staff and the invaluable experience and skills I've learned at this theater. I can't imagine that kids might not get these opportunities in the future due to the proposed budget cuts. We need the accessibility of theater and the performing arts now more than ever. I beg you please to re-examine the proposed budget cuts. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Katie. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you to all the public speakers. So again, we're going to basically do, I think, one round of comments. And then this is really going to go to finance for the detailed budget review. So I urge council members really treat it as kind of high level feedback, high level questions. And then we're going to move on to our last item, which is going to be item number 8 from the consent agenda. Who wants to kick us off? I'll kick us off. Well, go ahead, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I want to echo what the city manager said at the beginning. Is this is a transmittal. It's the beginning of a 6 or 7 week process, which will probably feel like more to us. And I do want to take a moment to thank the staff who's put together this 1,038 pages. Yes, there's a lot of bad news in there, but there's been a ton of work put in, and I'm sure it wasn't pleasant for any of you to recommend these changes. It's certainly been a difficult time. So I just wanted to start by thanking staff and laying out this is the beginning of the discussion. No one is making any cuts tonight or next week. There was a really interesting piece of data in the Mercury News earlier this week. Passenger traffic at San Francisco International Airport is 60% below the pre-pandemic levels. And that is the worst recovery of any major airport in the United States. Now, why does that matter? Because we heard about our transient occupancy tax. And for anybody listening at home, that's our hotel tax. We just try to make it sound complicated. And I think while we spend a lot of time focusing on expenses and cuts and ads and things, I don't want us to lose sight of the top level number. And it is the top level number that is driving the changes we need to see. If I think about the slide that staff showed, I'm not sure I wrote it down, the one that had the gray bars and the blue bars, the problem and the solutions, that gray section is really all about the changes in revenue. So I just want to be sure people think about where that comes from. And I guess I just have one question for staff. Is one way to think about this that except for the, I'll just say $3 million in American Relief Act funds that we have to sort of work with to ameliorate the worst of the cuts, or what we feel are the worst of the cuts, is it right to think of this, as painful as it is, as a zero-sum game where every ad that someone asks us to make is a cut we have to make somewhere else?
Unfortunately, yes, that is the case, Councilmember.
So I wanted to get that out there because the emails are coming in and the petitions are coming in, and we'll all be hearing this. And I think it's really important for the community to understand that every time we add something back, again, with the exception of this small, it's not small, but it's small in the overall picture, like this amount of money that we have to play with, the amount of money we have to use, really additions anywhere or restorations will require cuts somewhere else. And so I just want to be sure that people, I know that the people that I can see right now understand that, but anyone else who's listening. Also, during public comment, we had some suggestions that perhaps other cities are handling this differently. Mountain View is an example. I believe they actually have a surplus this year. Could staff just talk a little bit about their revenue mix? I understand they have some development agreement funds, just to help the community understand why we might be in a different situation than our neighbors.
Sure, I'll take a first crack at it, and Director Nozay may want to elaborate or redirect. In that, as I mentioned earlier, I think our revenue mix is somewhat unique in our level of reliance on sales tax and hotel taxes as contributors to the general fund. As Councilmember Cormack points out, development agreements are part of the Mountain View revenue mix, as are lease revenues that Mountain View receives off leased property, primarily to Google, as well as some other employers. But that is also a significant part of their revenue picture, as is in the case of many other cities, development being a more significant component to the overall mix of projects and programs. I wouldn't go so far as to say that it's not necessarily general fund revenues there, but they do contribute to the ability for many cities to continue a pace of growth of programs.
Thanks. I just think that's helpful context. And with my remaining few seconds, I just want to encourage any members of the public watching, or hopefully the press can help us share this, that I think the budget town hall on Thursday will be a really important time for people to learn more about the components of the budget. And there were just some slides tonight. It's very hard to work through 1,038 pages online. Believe me, I've tried. So I encourage people to get educated about the revenues and the expenses, so you can help us make these tough decisions over the next 6 weeks. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to city staff for really what just must be a monumental task. It must be in designing this budget proposal, especially during these challenging conditions of the pandemic and ongoing economic crisis. So I thank you for the hard work that you've put into this. I'm sure I'm going to have several concerns in the voluminous budget proposal, but naturally I haven't had time to comb through all the entire proposal and all the details. So I'm going to really focus my remarks on my concern for youth services and our youth's emotional well-being. As an educator, I've witnessed firsthand really the deleterious impacts that this pandemic and the shelter-in-place order has had on our community's youth. And I really think it's incumbent upon us as the city's leaders to do all we can to protect the health, safety, and emotional well-being of our youth and support those programs who are serving that critical need. And really, in light of the suicide clusters in Palo Alto, there had been a call from many, including the CDC's EPI-AIDS report, for both acute services and upstream programs that really promote those kind of protective factors for our youth. And I kind of draw everybody's attention back to the community health needs assessment that was done in 2019 that reported that about 15% of Santa Clara County's youth have seriously considered suicide. The mental health needs of our youth have only been exacerbated by this pandemic. And national surveys have really been reporting that an overwhelming number of teens have been reporting feeling anxious and stressed, depressed amidst this pandemic. And I've seen that firsthand, unfortunately, with my students and other members and other youth within our community. And I think it's also just important to kind of embrace a lot of the research that Project Safety Net has brought forward over the past several years, and other organizations really showing the high levels of what caring adult relationships really do for youth well-being. And so there are several programs within the community that I'm hoping that the Finance Committee really strongly considers as we continue to go through this. Thanks to Maura Uman, who talked about the Youth Connectedness Initiative, and she talked about that during the public comment. As a reminder, it's co-funded by the county and the city of Palo Alto. I'm aware the county has already extended the YCI contract for the next fiscal year, and I really think Palo Alto should do all we can to support the work of YCI to foster those youth and adult relationships that we know is so critical. I also think it's important that we are protecting organizations and services like the Palo Alto Children's Theater And we heard from multiple young people tonight expressing what the impact of the Children's Theater had on their lives. I myself recall seeing my very first play as a young kid at the Children's Theater, and it really had a profound impact on my very own love of theater. And I went on to act in several plays, unfortunately none at the Children's Theater, but at other venues. But it really was that kind of turning point for me that really would just really kind of open my eyes to the powers of art and theater. And finally, I was just really concerned about staff's proposed reductions to the tier 2 reductions for HISRAP. HISRAP represents such a small portion of our city's budget, but the return that we get on that investment goes beyond what we can see on a spreadsheet. We really need these nonprofit organizations to help serve our most vulnerable populations. And we should be investing more in those organizations during these trying times, not less. So those are my comments for now. Again, I appreciate all the advocacy of the public on preserving these critical services, and hope my colleagues will work on preserving those services for our city's youth and most vulnerable residents. But I recognize that this is a very difficult process, and unfortunately appears to be a zero-sum game. So I'm not ignorant to that fact. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so before diving into some of the other comments I was going to make, I want to visit this premise that we're dealing entirely with a zero-sum game, because I don't think that's entirely correct. We have a number of dials that we can look at. If we're looking at taking as a given the dollars that are in the general fund for operations, then in that narrow sense, it may be zero-sum. But that's not a fixed approach that we can have. We have $12.5 million that has come from the federal bailout funds. We've tentatively opted to put that as half for this year and half for next year. But that's not written in stone. If we were to anticipate that by next year we'd be recovering more strongly and that the needs are greater this year, we could elect to have that as a greater percentage this year than next year. We have our capital improvement plan, which the dollars that are transferred to that are dollars that come out of the general fund. Over the long term, it's extremely important that we return to investing aggressively in our capital improvement plan. But even this reduced capital plan far exceeds what we had just a few years ago. It's important within that plan that we really distinguish between utilities and general fund capital related projects. But even on the general fund side, it's still a lot. I can see where we've pared back, and that doesn't mean that we couldn't pare back more and keep more dollars for retaining essential services this year. We also have certain assumptions we're making on the rate of recovery on the income side. And that's not at all clear that it's going to be as what the staff transmittal letter stated, that it will be 3 to 5 years for recovery, not that it may be. I don't necessarily agree with that. That may be correct, but I'm not sure it is. And on the overall economy, there are many economists who are disputing that, that we could see nationally at least the strongest growth in decades in the next year or two. Let's see. Oh, and then we also have within our capital improvement plan, we have the potential to borrow. We've done that on the very large projects, the libraries, the public safety building, but we can choose to take advantage of what the Federal Reserve is really doing to subsidize borrowing and trying to convince cities to borrow more, because they're offering interest rates that are below inflation in many circumstances. That really changes the equation on whether we should be considering borrowing. I mean, we've historically had a pretty conservative approach on that borrowing. And I've checked with an expert in this field and who does not believe that our exceptional borrowing stature, our rating, would be jeopardized by increasing our borrowing moderately, not just minimally. So I think we need to examine that again. And we have reserves. We have a reserve that is there for emergencies. And I'm just trying to figure out why we don't think this has been an emergency. What do we have emergency funds for if we don't think that they're to in any way really be utilized when we really do have one of the greatest emergencies we've had in decades? So those are all dials that we can turn. I also want to raise the issue that there are areas that we need to actually potentially fund more this year, as hard as that may be. Cybersecurity, foothills fire protection, and social services, including youth well-being. Our youth have been essentially deprived of a year of their critical part of their lives, and we've got to do everything we can to return some normalcy to them this year, whether it's children's theater or other activities. Lastly, I want to talk about the difference between our general fund and our enterprise and utilities. I'm deeply concerned that in the recent several years, we have been underinvesting in our utilities, in its reliability of our electricity system, in our ability to be resilient, that we've been fixated and had a false narrative that perpetuated repeatedly that somehow we have a high utility rates. Our electricity rate is 40% below PG&E. It used to be an incredible 30%. The gap has widened between us and PG&E in recent years, and we're still singing this song that we need to have 0% increase in our utilities as we're seeing evidence of a declining reliability to our system. I think we need to, and that's a revenue increase that is in that enterprise that is not affecting the general fund, but is something that we should seriously be looking at because our ratepayers, if you can find one person in town that will say, I'd rather have a 40% lower rate than PG&E in electricity and unreliable electricity than a 30% below and reliable. That doesn't make sense to me. And I think we really need to reconsider a number of these things. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
So I want to first thank staff for this report that must have been very difficult to report on. But I do have to say that, you know, I do agree with Councilmember Stone and Vice Mayor Burt. The youth services have really, we're coming out of the pandemic and they're looking at that silver lining that is there. And the first thing we do is further cut what some of their needs and some of the community needs. But more than that, you know, going back again to cutting library services at College Terrace as well as Children's Library. College Terrace Library is a place that a lot of the seniors go to during the hot days where they could cool off. And so, yes, I think there are difficult decisions to be made and we're elected to make these difficult decisions, but there is still the need for empathy here and understanding of the community. So as I'm looking at the schedule that we have presented today, it looks like today is the first day for the full council to be weighing in on this. But from there, it goes to Finance Committee. And the next time and correct me if I'm wrong, but the next time it comes back to council is for the adoption of the budget. So is that not right? Please correct.
Actually, there will be a midpoint check-in on the 17th of May, so 2 weeks out.
Oh, okay. Finance Committee update at council. Thank you. Because as I was reading it, I was starting to panic over here that we're not going to hear until adoption, but thank you. Then I heard city manager mention the community's immediate service needs. And I'd like to understand, what is your definition of what is the community's immediate service needs? Because I think that we have to kind of have this understanding.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. I wouldn't suggest that we had some overriding concept or presumption as to what that would be. It really is reflected in the funding that we've presented to you, and unfortunately the reductions. So certainly subject to further discussion.
Right. So, getting in alignment with the community, what are those immediate service needs? I think that's an important thing to determine. And then, you spoke about the growth scenario. Can you kind of help me understand a little bit more about what your growth scenario is?
Yes, well, this is a product of the long-range financial forecasting that the council reviewed a few months ago. Okay. And on that basis, council directed which scenario we should use for recovery of revenues. Per the earlier discussion, that could be reconsidered, although I think in the near term, it wouldn't necessarily make a significant change, but certainly in terms of expectations for year 2 and beyond.
Okay, thank you. On slide 6, where there was the pie, I think if I remember correctly, the pie over here, it shows public safety all in one pie. I think it would be actually more helpful and transparent to show what is the pie for police, fire, and OES. Is there a reason why they're all bunched up together to look like it is a much bigger pie?
The whole table is done by service area, so multiple departments are grouped, not just public safety, library and community services, but that is something that staff obviously does have the data to break out further.
Yeah, if you could add it on the site, that would be really helpful also. In the past, Mr. Bob Moss had always come to council and had said that the former city manager had mentioned that there's a certain cost per resident to the city. And I was wondering if staff would be able to produce that number, what service costs, for each resident. I think that would be an interesting number to find out also, at least for me. But I do want to emphasize, that there is need to put more money into human services. There is the need to pay more attention to the well-being of our teens as well as our seniors. And I really appreciated Ms. Rena Kim when she said that, the children's library is a very important place because she does have, and in the city, we do have people with disabilities, and all of these facilities, they use it to their benefit. As it is, our development services, economic development part of it, where we're looking at making sure that we come out of this economic downturn in a prudent and strategic way. So as it is, we're not encouraging any of the developers or even retailers to come in to provide services for teens or provide retail for teen or facilities for teen. We don't have a bowling alley. We have nothing for them. They're depending on what we have in place now. So difficult decision is difficult decision, but really having to, these cuts really need to be reconsidered. So thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So yeah, thanks staff for your work on this. I know it's difficult and challenging, but appreciate what you guys are trying to do here. So I think work from home, at least from who I've been talking to, may be more permanent than we think. So I don't know how many people are going to come rushing back to the office. We'll see. Our economy really dependent on that, doubling the population during a day. It may not happen. We'll see. It might happen, but we can't count on it. I think the other big factor, and I think Councilmember Cormack said it well, which is, we used to have a lot of in-person business meetings, and it's unclear, even with vaccinations, all that stuff, whether that's going to come roaring back or going to happen. So, a lot of our hotels wasn't for like, going to Disneyland. It was for a lot of in-person meetings. And I don't know how much of that's going to come back and how quickly that's going to come back. So I do think that we should be careful not to think that everyone's going to come back and spend more than we have and be in real trouble. So I think the current course is probably the more prudent approach. The other factor is there's still a lot of people in our city, businesses, residents of our city who are hurting, right? Who are challenged to even live in our city right now. I know, at least among my neighbors, right? I'm not in the richest neighborhood in Palo Alto, but along my neighbors have started moving out, right? My neighbor next door is moving to Texas. My backyard neighbor moved to Texas. My across the street neighbors moved. My neighbor right next to me, all four sides. My neighbor next to me is moving to Boston. So it's pretty crazy here. So I think that's something for us to keep in mind here. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any easy silver bullets. Like we just do one thing, it's all gonna be taken care of. Because I think if it was, we would have probably done it already. But I think what we have to think about holistically is to cut things that people don't really see or use as much, that is less apparent. So I mean that's the cases that we should not cut. Things that I think that people really do use and really would affect the community are things like the libraries. I don't think cutting the libraries makes a lot of sense. The crossing guards for our kids. I mean, a lot of people move here for our schools. I mean, I don't think we want our kids' safety to be in jeopardy, or the children's theater, right? So I think the things that the community really uses and holds cherish, I don't really cherishes. I don't think we want to be cutting those things. I don't think that's the right thing. On the other hand, there's things like the public safety building. I mean, I think very few residents go to our police building. I don't think that's essential. I think that's something which I think we could delay, and that's costing us a boatload of money. I mean, think about all the things that's taking money away from right now that we could be spending on. This is $100+ million project. Do we really need to have a public safety building right now? I know we signed the contract, but we could stop it. So I think that's something for us to think about, because that's a real big nut of money that's sucking everything else dry. So I hope my colleagues will reconsider this. I think the other part is outsource more. I mean, we all look at the budget. We look at the average cost of our employees, $241,000. It's crazy expensive, right? I mean, this is for every employee, the average employee. And you factor in pensions, you factor in the labor flexibility. I mean, I think we need to have aggressive outsourcing. If we aggressively outsource, we could probably preserve a lot of the services. If you try to keep it in-house, it's going to be very expensive, especially as you factor in pensions. I think the other factor is the small things. So like tonight, there is the legal bill that we're tacking on to make almost $400,000. There's the doubling of the wireless contract. I realize these look like small dollars in the scheme of things, but they all add up. And so I really think that we need to look at the small things as well. And we shouldn't be doubling our wireless contract in a time when we're like looking at massive cuts again. It doesn't make sense. So I do think we need to look at small things. I encourage all of you guys to do more of that. I think the other thing, and I've talked about this a lot, is our ratio of workers from managers to workers. We have a lot of people with manager titles. I mean, I haven't fully looked at all 1,038 pages right now because I just got it like late last week. But I mean, I would love for staff to tell me where is the detailed org charts that we were told about, because I think we need to look at that. We shouldn't have a big of a city manager office, right? We shouldn't have that many managers. We need more workers, right? So that's the other thing I think we need to look at really closely. What is the ratio of managers to employees? So I don't know if staff can tell me what page it's on, but we were told that we would see detailed org charts, and I'm really looking for that because I think we need to understand the span of control in our city. No more span of control is like 1 to 7, 1 to 8. I think we need to understand that and see is there a way to move more money to the workers versus managers? So can staff tell me what pages this is on? It's probably in there. I just don't know where it is.
Sure. You have the so-called normal org charts that are part of your budget within each of the departments. We are also working up a supplemental org chart that has a more all-in-one place version of the org chart. So we'll be providing that to you, I think, within the next few days.
Okay, great. I really look forward to that because I know it's a question a lot of people in the community ask, and maybe we have great span of control, we just don't know it. But I mean, more that it can't be produced, more people get suspicious. So I do think it's important building trust with the community and also just understanding our organizational efficiency. So I think this is a really key component of looking at this budget. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so I want to add my appreciation for all the staff's hard work. Is it possible you could put slide number 4 up real quick? So I think it's really important to note that the biggest additional revenue impact on the budget is the reserve for this potentially decreased utility transfer due to litigation. Do you have that slide? Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's actually bigger than COVID in this budget. It's been wrongly described by the public speakers as a settled issue. This is a transfer that was approved by voters long ago. It's being challenged now, and I hope the residents will really become familiar with the details. So that $8.4 million drop in revenue is one of the big reasons we're losing potentially a lot of services. And this is money that our city invested in our utilities, and the return on that investment has helped pay for a lot of these services that we all love. And, you know, we need residents to support that continued transfer from utilities, or we're going to need to find alternative sources, or we're going to have to cut some things permanently. So we should be clear with people that if this transfer ends, it's going to have some real impacts. I want to say personally that I'm pretty bullish about the economy coming back quickly, and as well as the federal government funding projects. You know, the latest economic reports show a very strong recovery. And I think we need to just be careful that we aren't so conservative that we lay people off, we lose experience and knowledge, and then we end up the year with a budget surplus. I mean, I think that would be a big mistake. You know, it'd be good to hear from the economic experts to make sure we leverage as much up-to-date data as we can. I know the economy grew over 6% this quarter. And I know travel and hotel are lagging, but I do expect it's going to follow soon. You know, and I think we also need to consider a quicker economic recovery when we consider utility rate increases as well. And I know it's separate from the general fund budget, but I'd prefer that we have some utility increases this year and smooth out our rate increases rather than 0 this year and big jumps in the future. So I do think we should consider increases in electric and water this year, make sure we are investing properly in our utilities. A quick question, does the ARP funds, do they define the rate that we can spend those funds? Are we limited to 50% per year?
We are not, depending on, at least to what we know of today. Let me put that caveat out there. We don't have all of the specific guidance from the federal government on how all of the requirements will work. Okay. So, however, you know, from an operational perspective, if it's a timing thing, the council could choose to float the timing difference with reserves or something. Thanks.
I'm on the clock. So I do believe the finance committee should really consider that. Same thing about kind of having a budget surplus at the end of this year. I think we should consider using these relief funds more in year 1 than in year 2 to reduce some of these service reductions that we're looking at and really make sure that we're speeding recovery where we can. I think we should use these ARP funds to prioritize community services, you know, art, theater, library, as well as human services and, you know, potentially unmet needs for food, shelter. I expect we're going to have people faced with deferred rents that are going to have no hope of paying those. And we may want to have some money for economic development assistance and really help fill a lot of the empty commercial and retail space. I do hope our unions will work with us. Our budget is impacted more than other cities that have a different revenue mix. And we're going to be forced to make some trade-offs of cutting services to residents or laying off people if we don't have some concessions. So I know it's tough. We were in this together, and I really hope, particularly our public safety unions, won't force us to make that hard choice. So after a really hard year for everyone, I really don't want to cut these services to teens, to younger kids, to our seniors. When the budget does come back to council, I'd really like to see the clear information on the impact of deferring more capital projects in order to maintain a fuller range of services. I know you guys have cut it back a lot. I'm okay deferring some maintenance or deferring some more capital projects. I also, I am interested in this clear analysis of the span of management and whether we're already really stretched at the management level, or we could combine some middle and upper management and keep more of the frontline people. We do need to cut some things. I think if we can identify some isolated programs that maybe are used by relatively few people, if the finance committee can identify maybe some standalone areas that won't really have knock-on impacts, or where maybe conditions have really shifted because of COVID. I did get some emails about the TMA funding. That may be an example. You know, do we spend money on a lot of transit passes this year? Is that something we can defer or wait until we know better what the commute situation is going to look like? Finally, I really appreciate that we have slowed the general fund transfer to infrastructure. Last year, we drew a pretty tough line, knowing that people would be sheltering in place. They wouldn't really be missing a lot of the things that we cut. And I think that was the right decision. I do think this year is different. And my values are going to be on restoring services and perhaps slowing those capital projects more. So again, I'd ask the Finance Committee to really consider the difference between our approach last year and the situation this year. We are going to have citizens who'll be eager to use services, and teens, adults, seniors. We should be meeting those needs. And let's not lose kind of key staff, our art staff, our children's library, children's theater, youth health initiatives. Those are really gems that make Palo Alto a nice place to raise a family. You know, I'd like the Finance Committee to really come back with an understanding of what it would take to preserve those things. Even if we have to get creative, charge higher usage fee, make staff changes, cut elsewhere. I think budgets are really a demonstration of our values and our priorities, and I definitely like to see some tweaks to the priorities, you know, when this budget comes back to the full council. Okay, so thank you. I think we've all had a chance. Eric, did you want to say anything?
We got a lot of work ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we're going to end this item. Thank you, staff, for delivering this huge budget. We're going to move on to item number 8, which is the requested CIP reductions. Does staff have any?
Sure. Oh, I see. Director of Public Works, Brad Eggleston, is prepared. Let's shift gears a bit. I think, you know, again, since we had a heads up that this might be a discussion point tonight, did ask Director Eggleston to put together a few slides just to recount some of the both chronology and context here. Let me, perhaps as we take up the topic to provide some framing comments here, note that this, again, the focus is the remaining set of general capital projects that have been in flight, so to speak, over the course of the year and discussed a few times by the council. From a staff perspective, let me just share that we believe all these are all important projects. In fact, when originally brought forward as a set of projects that were continuing to move forward, these projects had already passed the screen of a number of criteria that staff had used to recommend which projects would continue. And so on that basis, when council understandably gave us a direction to find $2.5 million to reduce expenses from this set of projects, staff has worked quite diligently on the follow-up, while acknowledging a couple of things. One is that CIPs, capital improvement projects, are long lead time efforts. And as such, they go through a somewhat protracted process. I think a council member once told me that public works people think in terms of generations rather than years, just by the time it takes some of these projects to move forward. Notably, at the same time, not everything is under the city's control. in particular bids and what happens with bids and how that compares to budgets. So given that, again, look forward to the discussion and open to working through options as the council may wish to discuss this evening. But I do want to ensure and assure the council and community that the recommendations that were reflected in the consent item and as it then rolls into your budget discussions really were not made out of any belief that any of these projects are unimportant. And so as such, we're happy to talk through the specifics. So with that, Mr. Eggleston, please proceed.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening again, Mayor Du Bois, council members, Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. As City Manager Shikata noted, we have a very brief presentation for you. And on the first slide here, basically just wanted to start by reminding us of how we got to this point. So next slide there. So kind of the chronology of what's been going on with discussing these in-flight projects. So you'll recall that March 1st, we had the council review of the mid-year budget. And included in that report, we had this list we've been talking about of the projects in the current year's budget where we had contracts that we were expected to either sign at the city manager's authority or for most of them, bring them to council by the end of this current fiscal year. And at that, council, I think, appreciated the list of projects, but asked for some more information with a focus on timing and critical issues. So we came back with an additional report on March 22nd with that information. At that time, we provided information about the project. We also pointed out this $2.7 million that was essentially being returned to the capital fund through the reappropriations process that was going on through the budget. And after the discussion with council, the motion that was voted on by the council was this direction to, quote, find an additional 2.5 million in savings from these projects that had been planned to proceed by the end of June. So that was our direction. And then what's in tonight's report is the proposal for that 2.5 million in savings and the budget action in the fiscal year 21 budget that actually goes along with that. And then just, process delays with going through these discussions and this work. We're also identifying a number of projects that had been expected to proceed this fiscal year that now we're deferring into next fiscal year. So next slide, please. Okay, a lot of information on this table that's straight from the staff report. Not going to go through it all, but these are the list of projects we've been talking about since March 1st, and this really provides a good summary of where everything stands. So we've got the projects, what their initial budgets were this year. We've got the column that shows the projects that have the 2.5 billion in reductions in savings, most of which you see is from Charleston and Ross Rodero. And then we're also indicating which projects are still anticipated to move forward this fiscal year and the ones that we're now saying would be deferred to next fiscal year. So I'm just going to use Charleston and Ross Rodero as kind of an example and talk about that while we're also looking at this table. So as you know, we had intended to move forward with the remainder of the corridor project this fiscal year. We had about $6.4 million of funding available in the project, and we're hoping for low bids that might have been able to contribute to the savings for the $2.5 million assignment. Instead, the bids received were over the budget and would have required close to an additional $1 million in funding to proceed. And given council's direction to save $2.5 million, staff didn't view it as a feasible course of action to add funding to a project that was now over budget. So we proposed, as described in the report, to segment really the remaining part of the project into a new phase 3 that includes about 2/3 of the remaining work and includes those kind of key Middlefield and El Camino intersections, while defining a fourth phase that would occur in the future. So you can see that the table here shows for Charleston and Rostradero the proposal to reduce existing funding by $2 million, and then also to defer that newly defined phase 3 I just mentioned to next year, given the time that it would take to repackage the plans and rebid. And as you're looking at your proposed fiscal year 22 capital budget, you'll see there that it includes $4.6 million for Charleston and Rostradero that would cover that new phase 3. I guess kind of repeating what city manager said, but I do want to emphasize staff does believe that all these projects are important. We want to see them move forward. These recommendations were made in the context of council's direction on finding savings. And then just a couple of last things. For some of the projects that are shown as proceeding in fiscal year 21, they're still being bid. So key examples for larger ones, Recanata Park and MSC roofs. We don't have bids on those projects yet. So ultimately the ability for those to move forward is really dependent on those bids being within budget. And then just lastly, the projects that are checked there in the far right column as being deferred to next fiscal year. Just want to make sure that it's clear. Those are projects where we actually at this time do anticipate them moving forward next fiscal year, with most of them progressing very early in the fiscal year, which makes sense since we had been saying we thought we would award contracts this year. Next slide. And this slide just shows the staff recommendation from the report, which is just those budget actions that would result in the 2.5 million reduction. So I won't walk through that. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's go to the members of the public. And I do ask that if you spoke about this on consent, that you not speak again at this time.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. We will start with Evan Alexis and then Jeremy Ehrman and Penny Elson. Evan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Evan Alexis. I graduated from Gunn High School last year, and I believe strongly that this budget reduction should not be made and that the Rostradero corridor project should be completed in one allocation. Now, specifically, the Rostradero crossing has always been extremely dangerous. The lack of a bike lane has made attempts to cross this extremely risky, especially with cars making fast right turns that don't have a lot of visibility. For example, 2 years ago, my sister got hit by a car trying to cross this intersection. And as such, I believe it's critical to take action on this immediately. The proposal to define the measure to reform this corridor in lieu of a small difference in budget has a few key issues. The first is time. We can't wait to improve this. Students are getting hurt and the risks just rise every single day we delay this. In addition to this, getting the project done before COVID brings back major traffic to these areas is imperative. Before the next school year, we should be able to ensure that our kids have a safe and effective way to get to school by bike. Secondly, the costs. Even though it might seem like you'll save money by splitting this project up, additional bids for the second part might increase past what the budget differential is. So you're actually going to end up spending more money overall. And third is certainty. When does this phase 4 get done? How many projects have we seen end up in this part where we get the first half done and the second just languishes and it never gets finished? All of these reasons are why we should pursue finding a way to make up this gap in spending and figuring out a way to keep our kids safe and to have safe and effective bike routes in a city that is increasingly driven to take alternative modes of transportation. just not accepting this bid or finding a way in the budget to make up what is a small gap is extremely irresponsible.
Thank you, Evan. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Penny Elson and then Kirsten Dollar. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I think it's curious that the city manager made a point in his presentation of saying how hard it was to make these cuts, and specifically said that the city staff believes that these are all important projects. Yet when talking about cuts in the previous item, the city manager told us simply that they were necessary, and did not say anything as if these are important programs that we want to fund as soon as possible. So I really urge city staff to consider their personal biases when they're making these decisions, and recognize that these are not simply budget decisions that are cut and dry, but they come out of people's beliefs out of what is important. And that when Councilmember Koo was asking the city manager about what his priorities were in the budget, he didn't really answer, but said you should look at what the things were in the budget that were being cut. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Penny Elson, to be followed by Kirsten Dollar, and our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Penny, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Beth. Please approve 100% completion of the Charleston and Rostadero project this year as planned. Injury collisions in the untouched segments of the corridor continue to be a major problem, as you heard earlier from a gun student this evening, and you've seen this in the data. The Charleston and Rostadero plan, out of 16 projects in Table 1, is targeted to deliver 80% of the council-directed $2.5 million reduction. There appear to be over 10 million in deferrals in fiscal year 22 that are not accounted for in the fiscal 21 reduction column. A number of these other projects haven't gone to bid yet. Some only have rough budgets. These are estimates. We don't know yet what they will actually cost. Why is the Charleston and Rostadero plan, a shovel-ready traffic safety project strongly supported by comp plan policies with bids in hand, being targeted? Rebidding is expensive and will delay both phases 3 and phase 4, creating additional risk for road users. Given that construction costs seem to be rising, it's likely that rebidded cost will come in even higher in the next round of bidding, increasing city costs overall. Delay extends the time we will have hazardous conditions on the corridor. So what is the upside? This project has been unanimously approved at every stage of its development in 17 public hearings over 20 years. The other projects have not undergone anything even close to that in review and readiness. In addition, Charleston and Rostadero is well supported by comp plan policies. What are the policy-based rationales for delaying this project, especially when we consider safety directives? Let's finish this project this year, as planned. Consider breaking other projects into phases, and if we really cannot do that, please direct staff to prioritize completing phase 3 this year and make a commitment to prioritize completing phase 4 in fiscal 22. The safety problems of this corridor are well documented. We have a solution. 20 years is long enough. Let's just do it.
Thank you, Penny. Our next speaker is Kirsten Dollar, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Richard Elson, and we will no longer be taking any further speakers. Kirsten, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Kirsten, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Kirsten Daler, and I'm speaking on the behalf of my daughter, Danica Heaney. She was calling in earlier tonight, but with the time change, it's now late for her. I'm calling as her mother because on a drive home, I got the call that no mother ever wants to get, which is another parent on the phone saying, I'm sitting with your daughter on the side of the road. She's okay. But Danica was riding her bike to soccer practice. She's a student at JLS. And She was actually walking her bike across the intersection and was struck by a car, went up onto the hood of the car, crashed into the the windshield, and landed on the ground. And two parents, quickly jumped out. One was a doctor and attended to her medical needs and helped her get to the side of the road. But anyway, I think that this was not reported to the police, although the person who did hit her reached out to us. We, decided what needed to happen with regard to medical follow-up and whatnot. But I think that this happens more often than people realize. When this happened for my daughter, and it was a really uncomfortable experience, and she did have, bruising and other effects to her hip and back. But I had many parents reach out to me and say that this had happened to them or this had happened to their child. And I think speed really matters. So some of the changes that have been made to slow down traffic have been really welcomed. I heard a council member tonight say, let's not make decisions that affect the safety of our children. And I think that that's what this decision is. It's about the safety of our children. And if you look at the parts that are not yet taken care of, there's some of the most heavily trafficked. If you watch kids going to school, non-COVID years, which we'll soon be back to, they're really high trafficked areas with a lot of traffic. We want to keep the kids on their bikes. We don't want all these parents shuttling their kids to school. So we need to keep the roads safe so that parents will feel safe in letting their kids out the door. Thank you for considering it, and really, don't want to wait another 20 years to have the safety of our kids taken care of when there's been good oversight, as Penny has pointed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, Richard Elson, and then Aram James. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to remind you of a name. This name is Paul Lafargue. Who is Paul Lafargue, you might ask? Well, Paul Lafargue was an 11-year-old child. He was a student at Green Middle School. He was a human being whose entire future was ahead of him. Unfortunately, Paul Lafargue was riding his bicycle, trying to cross El Camino in March of 2020, when a construction truck turning right onto El Camino did not stop and hit him head on, killing him on the spot. The death of Paul Lafargue was avoidable. In a message to community leaders and fellow parents at Green Middle School and other public schools, Paul Lafargue's family created a flyer urging all of us to lobby the city for changes to public safety to prevent future accidents so that no other parent or sibling needs to experience the death of their child or their younger brother, as Paul's older brother, who was in my son's class at the time, had to experience. Fast forward 15 months, and you all not only are not honoring the wishes of Paul's parents, but you're actively working to make it even more dangerous for our youngest residents, as well as our oldest, to cross streets safely. These students need to cross these streets in order to attend school. Going to school shouldn't require children to risk their lives. Do better, City Council. Thank you.
I can speak from personal experience to the need for safety improvements on the corridor. I've been cycling and a bike commuter all my life. I've only been hit twice in my entire life while cycling, both times on Charleston Arostadero. The first was a right hook collision with a car, the second by a car that ran a red light. While not seriously injured either time, I was horrified and remain horrified. Consider accidents like these involving our school-bound children, like the case that you heard earlier from Kirsten. I feel strongly about improving safety on the CA corridor and volunteered to work with city staff on the stakeholders committee wanting a safe route to school for my own children and all children, particularly those living south of the Charleston-Rastadero corridor, who have to cross the corridor to the schools like Fairmeadow, JLS, and Gunn, and my kids had to do, and others do, to get north of the corridor. Plans were made to re-engineer the road. They were tested in paint trials, feedback provided by the community to improve safety. Countless approval votes to proceed were given by City Council. So why am I still talking about it? It's because the funding can continues to be kicked down the road, not the road being improved. Please do not defer this again. Road safety improvements were offered as part of the mitigation for 1,000+ units of housing added to the corridor since 2002. As you heard earlier in the staff report, there's downtown automated parking guidance system, which remains in the budget. This is over $2 million. This is more than the deferred amount that's required to complete the safety improvements. Safety should come first. How? Simply amend the table. Defer the parking guidance system PL 15002 and apply the funds to PE 3011 to complete the design and bid corridor. The safety improvements can be had now. I think parkers can wait a year. They're a patient lot. They should enjoy their time in the new $57 million parking garage. I was very lucky in escaping injury twice. Others have not been. You heard stories earlier. I won't share with you the details of the crossing guard who was hit by a car on the corridor and ended up in the hospital, or resident of Stevenson House who was struck and killed on the corridor recently. Complete the construction before our school children and seniors return to the street en masse with the ending of COVID restrictions. Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead, Aram. I think you're up. Beth, are you there?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I am here.
Thank you. So, yeah, it seems to me that this has got to be a huge priority. And one of the things that I was going to speak to earlier tonight, but I didn't make it to the meeting on time, I had other responsibilities, was let's look at, and maybe I'd like to meet with Ed Chicata on this, because I really don't feel like I have a good relationship or a transparent one with the command staff of the police department. Maybe Ed, you and I can consider a sit down, but I want to look at two areas where it may not be a huge amount of money, but it could be something that could be contributed back to the safety for the students and others that cycle in this corridor. And that is our canine unit. The article that I've sent you several times called Mauled When Police Dogs Are Weapons, which is a 12-part series by the Marshall Project. Let me just read you this one little part here. There's no national database for police dog use and who is bitten. Our reporting found bites in nearly every state, though data from more than 50 police departments show that the numbers vary widely by city. Police in Chicago almost never deploy dogs for arrests and had only one incident from 2017 to 2019. Compare that with our 5 dog bites in Little Palo Alto in a 3-year period documented in the April 5th study session with the police department. Washington, D.C. had 5, Seattle 23. So, there's a problem there. And I want to be able to discuss that in detail with somebody that's willing to listen and keep an open mind on reducing the size of the canine unit from 2 to 1 and not using them to maul people. And secondly, we've had and this is good, 38 taser deployments since we implemented tasers back in 2007. We don't need them. About 50% of the time nationwide, they don't work. So I'd like to talk on both of those topics with the city manager. So let's set up an appointment to do that. And hopefully it'll be a reasoned conversation.
Thank you, Aram. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Burt.
Okay. So first, I think this was really important that this item come off of consent calendar. This was $20 million in capital fund adjustments that was on consent calendar. I've never seen anything like that, and it doesn't fit with our guidelines as to what is supposed to be on consent. So I think it's important that it's come before the council. And I look back at the meeting that we had on March 22nd, and what we did was give direction for staff to come back with 2.5 million in reductions in the capital plan. And that was discussed as they had discretion on whether that would be deferrals or cuts. And what we've received is $20 million in a combination of deferrals and cuts. And so I'm just baffled why there was a notion of a necessity to drop from this plan a critical project that is focused on the safety of children when that was far beyond the council direction, and a project that has been committed to by multiple councils, has been delayed multiple times, and each year, we have injury accidents with children at these two critical areas, most of all in the greater plus minus El Camino and Middlefield area. But we also have an unsafe area in the final section near Fabian, and we're going to see an increase significantly in that traffic as the bike overpass over 101 opens up, and this is one of the main routes to that area. When I look at the project that came over bid, and we had a lot of other projects in the capital plan this year that came in below estimates for the first time in a long while, but we often have projects that come in above engineering estimates. For several years, that has been the norm up until this last year. And it is not necessarily the case that those projects are deferred to the next fiscal year as a result. We have other projects that get pushed out, and we don't come back and drop every project that comes in with a bid above an engineering estimate. That's not necessarily the case, and I don't even think it's the routine. So I think that when we saw this Charleston Rastradero project do that, it was a mistake. Holly Ward, when she spoke as an assistant public works director on March 22nd, she actually used this project as an example to explain the table that they had in it, in the report, and had stated a couple of things. One was that phasing the project would increase the cost. So the so-called savings that we're looking at from breaking up this project are probably going to be no net savings. Second, that this project was listed as a time-sensitive project, and she said it was specifically because it was a safety-related project. And so when I look at the council direction that was for $2.5 million in cuts, and we far exceeded that eightfold. We have no necessity to defer this project any further. So I want to emphasize that. I also state that, when we had on March 22nd, we had the motion that gave staff some latitude on which projects. I went along with that latitude because we had received, I had received assurances from staff after having inquiries from multiple members of the public who were concerned that this project might be on the chopping block. And the city manager and others assured that that was not the intention. And that assurance was given again by the city manager at the city school liaison committee a month after we had that council meeting, and well after we were due to have received the bids. So I really encourage colleagues to continue to have restore this project and have another $11 million in deferrals or cuts from what we had going into the March 22nd meeting, 11 million versus the 2.5 million we requested. So I think this should be expedited, and let's go forward.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I surely align myself with most of the comments of Vice Mayor Burp. I mean, there's several reasons why I voted to pull the item, and really why I feel like why the Charleston Rastadero project needs to move forward. Now, first and foremost, I think government's primary responsibility is ensuring the health and safety of the public. And this project isn't just about bikes or pedestrians. It is fundamentally about safety, as the Vice Mayor was talking about. This isn't just a bike safety project. It really is a complete streets project, and it's going to make the route safer for cars and bikes and pedestrians. And really, most importantly, and this kind of seems to be a theme tonight, for students as well. And we heard far too many stories tonight from students and their firsthand experiences of getting hit on bikes while they're biking to school. That's unacceptable. And the fact that we've known about it for this long and we continue to kick the can down the road is unacceptable. And so, I think every day this project is delayed, it just provides another opportunity for a really terrible accident, and we just can't take that risk. Second, this is a project that has been promised to the community for literally decades. I understand this project has been in development for over 20 years. That puts me back in middle school when this project was first proposed. I understand there have been 17 public hearings in which every single public hearing there was unanimous support by the governing bodies for the project. And there have been countless other community meetings. And here we are at the goal line, ready for this project to be completed. And we're just going to move the goalpost again. The city really needs to keep its commitment and our promises to the residents and move forward with the project. Third, this project also helps us meet our ambitious 80 by 30 goals and our greater SCAP policies by promoting alternative means of transportation. It's also consistent with the Palo Alto Comp Plan, and in particular, Plan Goal T1 that regards creating sustainable transportation systems that rely on a variety of different transportation elements to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the use of single occupancy vehicle. And I found it strange that staff cited this goal for item number 10 tonight regarding improvements to the Alma Street and Churchill Avenue intersection in the staff report, but not on this item. And I'd argue that finishing this project on Charleston and Rastadero is more consistent with that goal than even the Alma and Churchill one is. So, I really don't understand how we will possibly meet the goals delineated in our comp plan and our ambitious climate change goals if we continue to delay projects that are going to help us achieve those goals. And this project does exactly that. And finally, just to, I agree with the Vice Mayor that this item was inappropriate for the consent calendar in the first place. Our council policies strongly discourage placing controversial items on the consent calendar. We've received dozens of emails encouraging us to not cut this project. And I'd argue that 80% of the proposed cuts by staff is the Charleston and Rastadero project. So really, this is in essence a policy decision being made, and one that should have come directly to council as an action item. So I'm glad we're having the opportunity to be able to discuss it now. I see I have a couple more minutes. I just have two questions that I would like to ask staff. First one, how confident is staff that rebidding for Charleston and Rastadero will actually result in a net savings? Because my understanding is that construction costs are rapidly rising, and that the dip in those construction costs was relatively short-lived during the pandemic. So are we actually confident that this will save money in the long run?
No, I don't think staff has been putting this forward as a long-term cost savings on the overall project. I would agree with speakers who said the opposite, that the fact that if we did move forward with the recommendation that was based on finding these cuts, and we put off 33% of the remaining work, let's say that happens a couple of years from now, construction costs will probably have increased.
So given that, we should be very clear that this was simply following the council direction to find savings. And effectively, that is what you have in front of you.
Agree. Yeah. Not questioning the original directive of council, just a disagreement in the way in which the directive was carried out, which reasonable minds are going to differ on it. And so we're objecting to cutting where the 80% of the cuts coming from this one particular project that in my mind is a must because it addresses the health and safety concerns.
I would also like to, if I could, Councilmember, to your point, as it relates to the bids, the fact that the bids came in over our estimate, as Director Eggleston pointed out, on the order of 900,000, does reflect the fact we're at the end of the fiscal year, and so we have no other funds within existing appropriations that could be used to cover the overage in this project. So in effect, this becomes a budget decision on increasing appropriations in a way that would cover the difference.
Okay, thank you for that. And I see I'm out of time.
So I'll jump in with my thoughts. So first, I think we're going to have a lot of tough budget decisions, and when we're looking at one project in isolation, adding almost $1,950,000 and debating its individual merits. And so for me, I don't think this is about this one project. I don't want to assign additional $950,000 tonight and then realize we're going to have to cut something else that may impact even more people. So I believe we asked for the right thing when we told staff go find $2.5 million in savings, and I want to thank staff for going and doing that. I don't believe that deferrals are savings, unless it's deferred so far out in the future that it's just going to be replanned against some future projects. I mean, deferrals are still budgeted, they're still planned. And we have two large projects here. We have Rinconada Park, we have the Charleston Arrastadero improvements. I'd like to see some savings in each of those projects. We did hope to see decrease in the bids. That may or may not occur. So I still believe that we should try to rescope these projects to come in for less. I agree that phase 3 needs to get done. But given that our fiscal 22 year starts on July 1st, I'd prefer that this just be considered as part of the budget process. However, if we really want to make sure phase 3 happens quickly, I guess I would support, particularly with some more value engineering, maybe putting phase 3 out for bid now. But I still, I think it's going to end up hitting FY22. I'd like to see some savings from Rinconada as well. I thought most of the council members said that on March 22nd. Maybe you're waiting for the bid to come in, but I'd like to see us remove the playground work, really just focus on the sidewalk maintenance. That's kind of where I am. I just feel really uncomfortable picking this one project out. We had asked staff to find $2.5 million. They did. We can tweak it, but that's where I am. Any other comments from council members that haven't spoken yet? Councilmember Tanaka.
Can staff bring up that slide that shows like what's in and what's out? That kind of like a table. I was asking for the presentation, but I don't have it. Can someone share that, please? So I have to agree with the thoughts about the consent calendar. I think that, large budgetary items, especially ones that can be controversial, should not be consent items. I don't think that makes sense. I also think that we should actually look at the CIP comprehensively versus just a few items by themselves, and then prioritize it based off of that. And I don't know if staff is still trying to find that slide or not, but it was in the deck, whoever put that deck together. But I think, slide 3. So thank you. So, if I look at this, city civic center waterproofing, study and repairs. Okay, I think that probably makes sense. Fire station 4 probably makes sense. The city facility assessment record plan probably makes sense, but that's not something. The magical bridge and playground, I don't know, right? People actually use that, right? It's a very popular thing. So I think that makes less sense. The building systems improvement, that's probably okay. as well as the municipal service center lighting, right? Because those are things that people don't really see, right? And if we defer, it's not that big of a deal. But the Charleston Restadero Corridor project is something that people use. It's actually, we talk about safety for our kids or just people that bike in general. And the Magical Bridge is something that people use. So for me, it just seems like we should, defer more things that people don't see or don't use or don't assume cause like long-term issues, and focus more on the things that people do use. But the biggest one that's not here, right? And I talked about last time, I'll talk about it again, is we really should be delaying this public safety building. It's not something that it'd be great to have a bigger, nicer building, but look at what it's causing. This is such a big rock. It's sucking all the oxygen out of the room here, right? There's so many different things that people, services that, or projects that's taking money away from. And so I really think we need to reconsider this. I think we could delay it a bit more and allow some of these other projects that people really value to happen. It's $180 million, I think, with all the interest. It's a lot of money. Think about all the things that it's taking away from. So I think we need to strongly, as we go into this budget season, really strongly think about that, because this is not the only, like the Charleston Restadero project, the Magical Bridge isn't the only aren't going to be the only project services being affected. And it's $180 million. The question we have to really think about is, can we afford this today? Can we really afford this building? Does it need to be done now? We're actually reducing the number of police officers. So, we're having less people to put in that building, right? So, does that make sense that we do this right now? It's still very early in the project. I know we signed the contract, but we can delay it. We have we're under extraordinary circumstances right now. And if the economy comes roaring back, which I hope it does, right? I think the economy is coming roaring back because the government is pumping a ton of money in the economy, so it's probably going to be okay. But what I'm not unsure about is whether this work from home thing is going to continue on, right? Which really affects us in our city, and whether business travel is going to pick up again. I just don't know. I think the economy may recover, but it may recover without having a lot of people doing business travel, and without the population of Palo Alto doubling every day, right? Or during the day. So I think that's something for us to think about. I think the other thing to think about is, I'm not sure if you guys look at the M1 money supply, Fred, but I read somewhere like 35% of money that's been of the dollars was printed in the last year, right? So there might be an incredible inflationary spike happening as well. That's something else for us to consider. But I think we just need to be cautious here and think about all the crowding out this public safety building is causing, and all the angst and pain it's going to cause to have this. And I know it's really nice to have a nice public safety building, and it's a point of pride for the staff. I get that. But I just think is now the time, is all the stuff, because this is just the beginning of all the hardship it's going to cause us. I'd love to live in a much bigger house, in a brand new house, in a fancier house, right? In a better location, but I can't afford it. So I live here, right? I live in a poor part of Palo Alto. That's okay, right? That's what I could afford. And I think we just have to realize what our means are right now. Can we afford a super expensive public safety building? And I think the answer is no, right? This is showing us the answer is no.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Du Bois. Let me start with Councilmember Tanaka's comments. Could staff please confirm for me that this table we're looking at is FY 2021?
These tables are projects the table has projects that are funded in FY21, yes.
Thank you. And could budget staff please confirm for me that in FY 2022, we're not allocating any funds for the public safety building? I recall that when we did this, we've got the capitalized interest later on in the process.
Good evening, Councilmember Cormack. The 2022 budget, I believe, does have some contractual expenses for the construction contract for the public safety building, but they're fully reimbursed by the debt that was issued. You are correct. The debt service doesn't start until the later fiscal years.
Okay, great, thanks. Could staff also please tell me how many of these 16 projects have been delayed because of the council action in March?
Well, I mean, essentially, it's all the ones that are on the right. I can't say 100% that none of them might have ended up being delayed otherwise, but it's those, the right
Okay,
call.
so 7.
I do think it's fair to say a majority have been delayed by the multiple reviews that have come back to council.
Okay. I have to disagree with, I guess, a fair number of my colleagues this evening. I did not hear a majority of council say that they wanted changes to the Rinconada Park plan. I don't recall 4 of us saying that. I do recall at least one council member, it was not me, it was not I, my grandmother would kill me for that, saying that they thought that we should take a hard look at Charleston or Astrodero. So there's just been a number of statements tonight that I don't think really reflect the record and the time we've all spent on this. Staff did what we asked them to do. And it's actually not unreasonable to break the remaining portion of Charleston or Astrodero into 2 sections. Would it be possible? I see that, and I think there's general agreement that the proposal for phase 3 has the most, the intersections with the largest concern about safety. In this new concept that there be a phase 4, is there any benefit of doing that with the work that's going to happen at Fabian, right? That we're out doing the community engagement on, because it's all in the same area.
Holly, do you have some insight on that you could offer?
Yes. Good evening. This is Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. Yes, will be areas worked on with the bikeways project. However, they do not need to be done together. They can be done at separate times.
Okay, but they're in the same general area, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. We also had a question from the public about the downtown automated parking guidance systems, PL 15002. Is this dedicated funding or is this available for reallocation to another type of activity?
It is not dedicated funding.
It is funded, I believe, through parking revenues. Is that correct?
Okay, that's 2 different answers.
Parking revenues are general funds, which I believe is the distinction. Mr. Kami or Ms. Noze, could you please confirm?
I was actually just going to say we've gone back and forth on that, so I would like to actually just check the source documents to make sure I have the right classification. But City Manager Shikata is correct in terms of the designation of general fund versus parking funds as well. So stay tuned.
Okay, thanks. You know, I recall saying that there were some things that we weren't going to be able to do, that was sort of the point that we're arriving at. I think staff has done what we asked them to. I voted for asking them to look for another 2.5 million, to be fair, what I'm hearing from them. And I think, you know, not hearing anyone on staff or the community say that none of these 16 projects should happen. So I don't know that deferring them is really buying us anything, when theoretically we already let me make sure I understand, we had funding and we have funding available today for what's in that first column, right? The FY 2021 adjusted budget.
Yes.
Okay. All right, my time is up. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack, in your last 5 seconds, the APGS is currently funded by the general fund, and that was a swap that was made when we added it to the 2014 council infrastructure plan when we defunded the downtown parking garage. I believe that was last year or 2 years ago.
The Waverly one.
So given that, is there a distinction between general base and TOT? No distinction, correct?
No.
Just one or the other. We're not sure which.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Filsa.
Move the staff recommendation.
Second.
I'll speak really briefly to it, if I may. I think, you know, there's no joy in this, okay? But this is a conversation we're going to have over and over again in the next several weeks, and hopefully not the next several years, but in the next several weeks, which is, you know, we're going to run out of money before we run out of important stuff to invest it in. And so that means we got to prioritize stuff. And I think all of us agree that the priority, that phase 3 is a higher priority than phase 4, because that's where the majority of the kids and the safety problem and so forth are. And so if we commit to phase 4 now, that means that we're going to have to cut something else somewhere. And I feel like we're not ready to make that decision at this point. I think we are ready to make it. I think we are ready to go forward with phase 3, because I think that's critically important. So I think we ought to do what the staff suggests. We ought to put the revised phase 3 out for bids as fast as we possibly can, right? And the rest of it should go through the budget process.
Councilmember Cormack, do you want to speak to your second?
Briefly, I'm not interested in continuing to defer these decisions to the budget process and have that wait another couple months. We're not going to get any better answers. There's definitely no joy, as Councilmember Phil said, but we do have a responsibility to make choices, and we asked staff to reduce them. They have come back with a difficult but appropriate recommendation, and this moves the part that really needs to get done forward. So that's why I'm supporting this, and I hope my colleagues will view this as the beginning of us all working together to make these hard decisions.
Any comments on the motion? Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, just a comment and a question. City manager said that there was no money to in the FY21 capital budget to be able to absorb the additional $900,000 of the Charleston Rastradero bid. But we have 12 million other dollars that were being deferred. So if you even back out the 2.5 million that is actually what we requested be removed from the capital plan, not the 20 million, we still have nearly 10 million that we budgeted for and is in that fourth column that says it's deferred to 2022. So why would we not have in the capital budget around $10 million that will be budgeted, not spent, even if we went forward with this project?
I was responding, Vice Mayor, to your comment that historically staff has often been able to find the funds necessary to address bids that come in over estimate. And my comment was in reference to a street project such as we have before us, where they are part of a larger program that does have some flexibility to move money among projects. In this particular case, with the combination of the $2.7 million reduction that was made 2 months ago, in addition to the fact that the budgets have now been rolled into the upcoming fiscal year proposed budget, that is where I don't see a way for us to do it without having an appropriation action, which again would be reallocating from one project to another.
But we budgeted for all of this in FY21. It's still in our FY21 budget. All 20 million that's on this table.
I don't think we're disagreeing. I'm saying that the step that would be required in order to find the additional 900,000 would require an appropriations action.
Okay. Well, it's in the budget already. It's in the FY20 with all 20 million of the dollars on this table are in the FY21 budget. And if we take 2.5 million out, which was the council direction, we've got 17.5 million that remains that we have cut beyond the council direction. So on that basis, I want to make a substitute motion that we accept the staff recommendations, accept that the Charleston Arastradero project phase 3 proceed this year with the bid that was received by staff in a month ago.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, just a little bit more. I will add that if we, well, let me ask a quick question on this. When we bond against a project, can we proceed on the project and bond in the months following the commencement?
I'm not clear on the scenario you're suggesting, Vice Mayor. If we were to bond on a project, we would typically incur more than $1 million of transaction costs.
No, I thought it was 250,000 of transaction costs. I had asked about that.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm not aware of that question or that response, but be curious where that came from. But in any case, depending on the magnitude, we would typically not bond for a project of the magnitude we're referring to here.
All right, I'll set that aside. I've consulted with a municipal bond expert who said otherwise, and I had a discussion, I thought, with Ms. Nozay that clarified that actually publicly. But let's set that aside for the moment. And on the Charleston Arastradero project, the only way to go forward at this time with the phase 3 and not have another delay is to go forward with the project as bid. So I'll just again say that we asked for 2.5 million in either deferrals or cuts. We got 20 million. I don't get how everybody thinks that what we got, or a number of my colleagues think that what we have before us is what we asked for. It's 8 times what we asked for. And that's why we have room to put this back in the budget. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I align my comments with the Vice Mayor, and I already spoke to what I think is the immediacy of this project going forward and the reasons for my support. So I won't take additional time at this time.
Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to the substitute motion?
I have a question for staff. So, so we did the bond offering for the public safety building. What restrictions is there for the use of that money? What like, are we allowed to spend on other capital projects, or is it absolutely locked just to public safety building?
That's correct. It's locked to the project.
Okay.
The latter.
Okay. And if we wanted to modify it, how would we modify it?
It would require an entirely new issuance with a description of the project, official statement, identification of the funding source, and the like.
Okay.
And to the city manager's point, I would actually need to look into the details of our current issuance because I believe we have call protection on it for a certain period of time.
I think, I'm not sure what question that was responding to, Director Nozay. I believe, Councilmember, were you suggesting issuing additional?
No. What I'm trying to understand is, like when you take a mortgage out on your house, right? You can pretty much spend the money what you want, right? You can spend it on just almost anything, right? And I'm trying to understand how much flexibility we have in the money that we raise from this this debt issuance.
Well, when you take a mortgage on your house, you're taking out a loan that's secured by the house. In this case, we took out a loan that's secured by other city facilities that needs to be repaid for the improvement of the construction of the public safety building. So it's really not discretionary as to what those proceeds can be funded, can be spent on.
That's unfortunate.
Mayor, if I might ask, we'll need to ask a clarifying question on the motion as to where the funding source would be for the gap.
Could I also ask, the bid was for the entire project or just for phase 3?
Well, we had set the project up previously as being 3 phases, with phases 1 and 2 complete. So phase 3, as we were describing it, was the rest of the project. Now I guess we're a little muddled because we're talking about having a smaller phase 3 that represents 2/3 of the original phase 3, and then this other phase 4.
But it is for the entire remainder.
The bid is for the earlier phase 3. That's the remainder of the entire corridor project.
I'm just trying to understand the motion, which was to do phase 3. I thought I heard him say. Okay.
The phase 3 is the remainder of the project. That has been defined as phase 3. So that's the intention of the motion.
Okay. And where was the money coming from?
From the allocated, the budgeted and allocated funds for capital improvements for FY21 that are not being expended in FY21.
But it'll be removed from a particular project that's being deferred.
Well, it's not a particular project because they're being deferred, and then it goes into the discussion on what which projects we spend in capital expenditures for FY22. That's the upcoming budget process. So it doesn't have to be a specific project. We budgeted a certain amount of, what was it, 177 million or so? What's the correct number for all of our capital projects for FY21? And we're not going to spend all that. And so, like in previous years, if staff has had overbids, the public safety building, the CalAV garage, numerous others came in at above engineering estimates. They weren't canceled as a result. And they were budgeted, and other things were deferred to the next year. That's been a pretty normal process.
I may, if I might, Vice Mayor, ask Director Nozay to comment. I believe we've always identified a source of the appropriations for a change that increases the cost on a particular project. And also, just for clarification, the public safety building came in under engineer's estimate.
Well, and I'll just say I'm fine with taking it from any of those other, 11 million that you have over in the final column. You've got the Civic Center waterproofing, the Fire Station 4 replacement, I'm not in favor of the Magical Bridge, but the facilities assessment and record plan, the building systems improvement, the community service center, lighting, mechanical, and electrical. Those add up to somewhere over $10 million. So there's plenty of room. All of them are available because you've already said they're all being deferred, and we're looking for 900,000 out of 10 million. I don't get what the challenge is.
Councilmember Cormack.
I think Director Nozay was about to answer a question. No, okay. The challenge the vice mayor is asking is for us to spend money now and identify, cuts later. And I don't remember what that children's cartoon was, but there was something about paying you for a hamburger today, having a hamburger today and paying you for next Tuesday. Too late in the night for me to make that a decent metaphor. I'm not going to vote for something that doesn't have the appropriate appropriations in it. If we increase one appropriation, which is what the vice mayor's substitute motion does, we have to decrease something somewhere else. That's just straightforward.
It was Popeye.
I'll
Councilmember Koo?
answer it then. We already, I keep saying we've already done that in the balance of this report, but I'm fine with taking out of PF 16006, which is Municipal Service Center lighting, mechanical, and electrical improvements, which staff has already said is being deferred to 2022, and that's $6,523,608.
Mayor Du Bois, I apologize, but the vice mayor wasn't recognized. So perhaps I'll just follow up. Am I correct, staff, that some portion of PF 16006 is coming from enterprise funds and therefore not available to be reallocated in this manner?
Yes, and let me ask Director Eggleston to speak both to the source and the scope of that work.
Sure. About 50% of the funding approximately is coming from enterprise funds and internal service funds. This project is replacing outdated electrical and mechanical and lighting systems that date back to, I think, 1966 when the MFC was first built. This is also the work that's intended to provide the electrical capacity to support replacement of natural gas fixtures with electric and to support electrification of our fleet out there.
And as far as mechanical, which may be a bit of a term of art, you mean air quality improvements for the indoor workspace, correct?
I believe that is included. These are HVAC systems that are aged.
I'm going to hear from Councilmember Koo, and then I'm going to suggest that we vote. Councilmember Koo?
I was just going to ask, so Vice Mayor Burt said that you're canceling out this project. You're not canceling out this project, is it? It's just being deferred to complete next year, next fiscal year.
I believe if I'm following the direction, it would be to remove 900 some odd thousand from the project, which would require us to either downscope that project or find an additional 950 from some other source.
Okay. But it's going to be included into next year's fiscal budget that we're deciding on now. I mean, in the coming weeks.
It would, and again, let me look to Ms. Nozay to confirm this, but effectively this would carve out a $950,000 hole in the proposed budget that we will need to rebalance, looking at the list of projects along priorities.
Correct. Yes, we may not be spending the money of the deferred projects in FY21, but the proposed budget does assume that those projects move forward within the 5-year CIP plan that City Manager Shikata went over in the prior item. And therefore we would need to, I think as part of this motion, unless a project is specifically identified to adjust, I think we would actually need to amend this motion to direct the Finance Committee or I guess direct staff to bring a rebalancing action to the Finance Committee as part of the budget process. Because the current budget takes into consideration the FY 2021 estimated expenses and carries forward those that are not anticipated to be spent. I'm not sure if that made sense to the public.
Okay. I think Councilmember Koo is happy with that answer. So I've let everybody speak once. I'm not going to start another round. Let's go ahead and vote on the substitute motion. I think we're starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
I'll vote no. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
and Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, that fails on a 3-4. We'll go back to the
Hey,
original.
Greer has to vote too, right?
He did, right? You said yes.
Yeah, I said yes.
Oh, sorry.
So we're now back to the original motion. I suggest we just go ahead and vote on it. Be starting with Vice Mayor Burt.
No.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Philsteth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
No.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, so that passes on a 4-3. Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Stone, and Councilmember Tanaka voting no. Okay, we are now at Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so Lydia and I, we did our Stop Asian Hate rally yesterday. Pretty well attended. We gave all 1,000 yellow whistles out. So really, I thought it was great. And then I know some council members came out. Councilmember Cormack helped with the rally too. So thank you, Councilmember Cormack. And we really appreciate you guys' support and making this rally a success.
Great. Say I participated in the kickoff event for the Asian American Heritage Month on Saturday. And I've been traveling, so unfortunately I was not in town for the in-person rally on Sunday, but glad to hear it went off well. I've been meeting with some mayors at cities in Indiana and Ohio, and I'll try to write up a trip report that I'll share with council. Any other council member comments?
Yeah.
Councilmember Koo. You're muted.
I couldn't find my hand again, but I just wanted to bring forward that we have a lot of Asian American Pacific Islander programs and activities for the month of May in celebration of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And that's accessible at the city's website, cityofpaloalto.org/AAPI. And you can take a look at the different activities and also register for them if you'd like to join. I do encourage everybody to try to take a look. Thank you.
Okay. See no other hands. Meeting adjourned. Thank you and good night.